Welcome to CSIS Online. The way we bring you events is changing, but we'll still present live analysis and award-winning digital media from our Dracopolis Ideas Lab, all on your time, live or on demand. This is CSIS Online.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rebecca Hersman. I'm the director of the Project on Nuclear Issues, and I am very, very pleased to welcome all of you to our conference, the International Security at the Nuclear Nexus. We are thrilled to have you here. I want to give a special thanks to Northrop Grumman for their generous support for this conference. Without them, it wouldn't have been possible. Now, you may know that PONI has been leading the way to develop the next generation of nuclear policy experts and building a community of nuclear analysts, operators, scientists, and practitioners since 2003. We have flagship programs like the PONI Nuclear Scholars Initiative, the PONI Next Generation Conference Series, which gives young practitioners the chance to share their ideas and hone their speaking skills. We have the PONI Mid-Career Cadre, and other initiatives, such as our Next Generation Arms Controller Initiative. But for the last several years, with the help of some funding from Northrop Grumman, we've held one major public, on-the-record, now-gen event on important nuclear topics. This year's event was supposed to be at CSIS in April. You are joining us today and tomorrow, I hope, in its reimagined form online. The good news is that this gave us the opportunity to reorient to this new focus and the topic of today's conference, the Nuclear Nexus. This has become a priority initiative for PONI in our time of COVID programming and an opportunity for us to work, especially with our CSIS International Security Program colleagues, on how to better understand the intersections between nuclear issues and nuclear policy and a host of other defense and security issues and problems. That's the topic of our series, and that is the topic of today's conference. So this is day one of a two-day conference. It's part of this broader effort by PONI that's seeking to explore a range of issues that sit at the seam of nuclear weapons and other international security and defense topics and challenges. These range from space to artificial intelligence, the conventional nuclear integration issues, and even civil-military relations. In addition to this conference, we, together with our colleagues in CSIS's International Security Program, are producing a series of essays that address many of these topics in much greater depth. Some of the authors are joining us here over the next 2 days. You can find that series, also entitled International Security at the Nuclear Nexus, on the CSIS website. You can also access all of the articles through defense360.csis.org and the PONI website, nuclearnetwork.csis.org. I strongly encourage you to check it out, and we'll be continuing to add articles over the next several days. Now, before we get started, I want to take just a minute to talk about why we're here and why we chose this topic to be a focus area for us. First, we thought it was a conversation that was quite long overdue. The nuclear community has largely enjoyed a pretty siloed existence in terms of both governmental organizational structures, policy planning processes, as well as the communities that deal with nuclear issues outside of government. Some might say we live in an echo chamber. This autonomy has allowed nuclear policy to develop largely outside of the pretty vigorous give and take that occurs in other major policy development processes. Today, however, current and emerging challenges related to nuclear weapons cut across a range of issues. And more than ever, many of those significant and vexing national security challenges lie right at the nexus of these complex topics. There are issues, domains, and risks, and each defy traditional analytical and organizational stovepipes. And they force experts in each of their respective areas to move beyond their comfort zones. So that's why we're here, to galvanize cross-pollination between the study of nuclear issues and other related international security topic areas by exploring these points of intersection, Doing so is necessary for managing the current and emerging security environment. It will be the nature of the future of our security environment for quite a time to come. We have a fantastic set of panels and experts over the next 2 days to help us unpack the issues. Today, we'll begin with a panel on issues surrounding conventional nuclear integration, followed by a panel on the weaponization of space and nuclear risks, and concluding with a discussion of surveillance and situational awareness and its implications for deterrence. Tomorrow, we will reconvene at 12 for panels on the offense and defense mix at the Nuclear Nexus, which looks at nuclear intersections with missile defense and hypersonics, and a final panel on artificial intelligence, automation, and NC3. Last but not least, tomorrow at 4 p.m., we'll be joined by the Honorable Heather Wilson, former Secretary of the Air Force and current president of the University of Texas at El Paso. She will share her lived experience at the Nuclear Nexus from her perspective, both in the Air Force, Congress, and as an educator. If you've not yet registered for tomorrow's events, there's still time. Please just follow the links. A brief note on logistics and housekeeping. This conference, unlike many of our events, is public and on the record. It's not being live streamed and is only open to registered participants for the live participation. However, we will make recordings available to the public on event pages after the conference. It will be up about 24 hours or so after. So anyone who couldn't join us live will be able to check out all of the panels at a later date. Now, we really want to encourage your active participation. We'll have time in all panel sessions for your questions and want you to interact with the speakers. Please pose your questions in the Q&A function on Zoom, and the PONI team will collect them and make sure we pose those to the panelists and speakers. Now, it's time to get things started. We are incredibly fortunate to be joined via a pre-recorded session with Commander, U.S. Strategic Command, Admiral Richard. Sends his regrets, he was not able to join us in person because of his schedule, and so he couldn't participate live and take questions, but he wanted to send his remarks and encouragement for this important topic. Now, just by way of brief introduction, as many of you know, Admiral Richard took over as STRATCOM Commander in November of last year. And prior to that, he served as Commander of Submarine Forces in Norfolk, Virginia. Other assignments include Deputy Commander of STRATCOM, Director of Undersea Warfare at the Pentagon, Deputy Commander of the Joint Functional Command for Global Strike at U.S. Strategic Command, and Command of Subgroup 10 at Kings Bay, Georgia. So with that, we're very pleased to welcome him here virtually. And Max, I believe you have the video to get us started.
Good afternoon. I want to offer a special thank you to Ms. Hersman and the PONI team for your invitation to speak at this year's fall conference. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Chaz Richard, Commander of U.S. Strategic Command. I have the privilege to lead 150,000 soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and civilians around the world who provide the nation's strategic deterrence. I wish, as I'm sure all of you do, we could be there in person and under different circumstances, because one of the true values of speaking at conferences like these are the discussions and the question and answer sessions that follow. So I hate that I'm not available for those opportunities. I saw the list of your planned panel discussions. I think you're hitting the mark with your focus areas, as they mirror many of the things we're exploring here at STRATCOM. So while you're seeing my address by video, please know that it's my privilege to be part of the conference, and I hope my comments help enhance your discussions. Now, I last spoke to you all in 2018 as the Deputy Commander serving General Hyten. I reviewed my notes from that engagement in preparation for today's video. If you were there, you might recall that we were on the heels of the newly released Nuclear Posture Review. My comments then centered around reinvigorating the nuclear deterrence discussion. While we've made progress, my views have largely remained unchanged, and so I'm going to amplify on that message today. It's through that lens that I'll cover three main topics. First, I'll touch on the current environment and some of the challenges we face and where I've focused my command. Then I'll talk about some of our modernization efforts. As I do that, though, I really want you to take away the why, or the importance of why we're modernizing. Last, I'll leave you with some ideas on how we can perhaps shape the environment to our advantage. Let me start with this assertion that we have not seriously considered the possibility of engaging in competition through crisis or possible direct armed conflict with a nuclear-capable armed adversary in over 25 years. It is a really profound thought, and it really should grab your attention. If you visit my office here in Omaha, you will notice that I keep pictures of Xi, Putin, the Ayatollah, and Kim on my wall under the words, "Not today." They're a constant reminder that we must remain inspection ready and keep us intently focused on the threats we face. Given Russia and China's expanding capabilities and increasingly aggressive behavior, and those posed by a nuclear North Korea and possibly Iran, we must reinvigorate the national conversation on the importance of strategic deterrence. During the Cold War, we were keenly aware of and fully prepared for the possibility of a nuclear engagement because we knew who the threat was. We knew what capabilities they had, and we had at least some idea of what could potentially drive them to use a nuclear weapon. We kept our focus on the threat, ensuring we possessed the necessary readiness, tactics, techniques, and procedures to deter our adversary. Over the last 30 years, however, we modified that posture necessarily by focusing on capabilities-based development and planning because there was no existential threat. Our post-Cold War experiences of operating in uncontested domains are over. Our adversaries took advantage of this period, emboldened to increase their aggressive behavior, expand their capabilities, and reconsider their tactics and strategies. Russia, for instance, is still a pacing threat. They aggressively engaged in conventional and advanced development, nuclear modernization efforts, and I'd estimate they're close to 75% complete. They also continue to violate international law and fail to follow through on political commitments, undermining and eroding our current rules-based order and our collective influence within that structure. Then, as articulated in the most recent Russian policy statement and their rhetoric on nuclear deterrence and employment, Russia has expanded the number of circumstances under which they would consider the employment of a nuclear weapon, or at least they're now willing to say it publicly. Although this circumstance is distressing, it should not come as a surprise. Russia continues to wrestle with its mismatch between aggressive policies towards its neighbors and being overmatched by conventional capabilities. When coupled with their nuclear expansion and return to coercive behavior, I can only conclude the possibility of deterrence failure and crisis, particularly nuclear deterrence, is not zero. I acknowledge the likelihood is small, but it's certainly greater than zero. China is also a growing threat, and I encourage each of you to consider the same. Please do not mistake them as some sort of a lesser included case when compared to Russia. They're on trajectory to be a strategic nuclear peer by the end of the decade. They always go faster than we think they will, and we must pay attention to what they do and not necessarily what they say. China's investment in a nuclear triad, they're about to finish building one out, and their lack of transparency and its multi-domain capability makes me question their motives. As I recently briefed our NATO allies and mentioned in my latest update to the Pentagon Press Corps, it seems inconsistent to me that a country claiming reliance on a minimum deterrent strategy would continue to build sophisticated command and control capabilities and fully develop a triad of nuclear forces. You just don't need all of that for a minimum deterrent strategy. China also remains the most active espionage threat, as modern technology provides them and others with expanded global reach and the ability to disrupt or disable key infrastructure. They continue to invest heavily in a comprehensive and a robust array of counter-space, C4ISR, and precision navigation and timing capabilities as they pursue space parity with us. When coupled with its growing nuclear stockpile and its increasingly assertive posture over territorial boundaries, I have no choice but to view China as a threat. Then consider Iran's efforts towards regional destabilization, continued support of violent extremism, and North Korea's continued pursuit of nuclear weapons and ballistic missile technology. These actions not only endanger our forces and our allies and partners, but also divert our attention and resources away from other efforts and should not be neglected. Now look, I recognize that great power competition doesn't equal conflict or that we're on a path to war. But as the commander in charge of employing strategic deterrence capabilities for the nation and our allies, I simply don't have the luxury of assuming a crisis, conflict, or war won't happen. I know I've painted a pretty sobering picture, but I really want to highlight the reality in front of us. It's also important to understand how our modernization programs support and integrate with our efforts to rethink how we do strategic deterrence. Our most important mission here at STRATCOM, above all else, is to deter strategic attack, both nuclear and non-nuclear, across the continuum of competition, crisis, and conflict. To be successful, I must have the capabilities necessary to deliver a decisive response and do it with a combat-ready force. These capabilities come from the combined attributes provided by each leg of our triad that together allow me to execute our national strategy. I want to be clear, each piece of our triad is essential, but they're also complementary. If I lost any part of the triad, it would drive me to ask for a new strategy and could embolden an adversary to believe they can employ nuclear weapons against us. Because our nuclear triad provides the foundation for our survival, we must prioritize the sustainment, modernization of our ICBMs, bombers, ballistic missile submarines, weapons complex, and our nuclear command and control systems. These legacy capabilities are being maintained well past their intended service lives. For example, we're pushing the service life of our Ohio-class submarines from 30 to 42 years, longer than any submarine in naval history. We'll have flown our B-52s for nearly 100 years before they're retired, and our Minuteman ICBMs have been on alert for 40 years past their intended service life. Now, this is a testament to the generations of professionals who originally designed, built, operated, sustained, and maintained those weapon systems. But for years, we've taken additional operational risk to buy down programmatic and technical risk because at the time, the consequences of more operational risks were small. Looking forward, and as I briefed Congress earlier this year, we're simply out of margin. We've delayed our replacement programs as long as possible and can no longer afford delays in our recapitalization programs. I'm focused on and fully support our efforts to maintain the development and production schedules of the ground-based strategic deterrent, the B-21 bomber, and the Columbia-class ballistic missile submarines. These strategic capabilities, however, are only as good as our ability to integrate our communications with those systems. Much of our NC2 and NC3 nuclear command and control systems still utilize 1970s designs with decades-old technology, putting us at risk of losing ground to our adversaries if not addressed. So I'm excited to see your discussions on NC3, sensing, and automation. In 2018, the Secretary of Defense directed the commander of U.S. Strategic Command to assume additional duties as the NC3 enterprise lead. And as such, I'm committed to investing in modernizing our NC3 systems to be more robust and survivable against physical, electromagnetic, and cyber attacks. Over the last 18 months, we've been busy. We started by establishing the NC3 Enterprise Center, portfolio manager, to act as the coordinating agency for personnel, resources, and requirements. We've aligned our acquisition and sustainment capability inputs with our service partners to ensure full funding for our NC3 next generation efforts. We've also engaged with the S&T and systems engineers to establish technical standards for configuration control and ensure interoperability and continuity is maintained. Last, and certainly not inclusive of all of our efforts, we've established an NC3 next generation division to integrate near and future concepts with other developmental efforts like Joint All-Domain C2. I'm convinced we must go fast by iterating our development and taking advantage of efficiencies among similar programs. So, how do we shape the strategic environment to our advantage? We need to start by facing the reality that our adversaries have blurred the lines between conventional and nuclear conflict and have developed capabilities to directly challenge the strategy, doctrine, and advantages we've held as a nation and alliance. We can no longer expect our potential adversaries to act within our long-standing, self-imposed constraints based on our rule sets or values, particularly between conventional and nuclear. To that end, I've challenged my command to revise our 21st century strategic deterrence theory that considers our adversaries' decision calculus and behaviors and identifies threat indicators or conditions that could indicate potential actions. Crafting this revised theory informs our action and minimizes risks inherent in competing against another nuclear-armed state. It's an exhaustive assessment to fully account for current conditions, emerging capabilities, changing norms and rule sets, and potentially unintended outcomes within a spectrum of conflict. Now, the basic equation hasn't changed. We still drive to be able to deny our adversary their aim or impose a cost that is greater than what they seek, such that the benefit of their restraint outweighs the benefit of their possible action. Within the spectrum of violence, from gray zone, that level below conventional conflict, to strategic nuclear exchange, however, we need to recognize that all that is coupled, and in that spectrum they have non-linearities and discontinuities we didn't have during the Cold War. Today, we have to account for the possibility of conflict leading conditions that could seemingly very rapidly drive an adversary to consider nuclear use as their least bad option. We must also consider how to employ different, tailored strategies against multiple nuclear adversaries simultaneously. By the end of the decade, if not sooner, we will face two nuclear-capable peer adversaries who have to be deterred differently. We've never had to face that situation in our history. We also need to engage in the environment early to shape our potential adversaries' actions using a synchronized whole-of-government and integrated global mindset. This is a consequence of the coupling I described earlier. Our ability for global integrated planning, communications, and execution, and a defined, shared understanding of the threat and what we do about it may be our last remaining advantage over the adversary. We've always had something. During the World Wars, we outproduced our adversary. For a short period, we had a nuclear advantage, and then held a technology advantage with precision-guided munitions, stealth, and many others. We were one of the first to have an integrated joint force, but all the things I just described, our potential adversaries can do pretty much all of that now, just like we can. Therefore, we must advance our abilities to integrate our coordination processes across the globe and across all domains. This will include rethinking how we execute our NC3. As advanced kinetic capabilities are developed, we must have the ability to detect, identify, track, and integrate our command and control architecture. Our NC3 architecture is a patchwork of delivered systems that have been piecemealed over decades. It works quite well, but it needs to be updated. We can no longer afford single mission-focused systems. We recently hosted our Space Command and Cyber Command teammates to discuss the synergies among our capabilities. I'm convinced that we can better integrate our space sensor layer with our land-based radar and do it with better protection with our NC3 next-generation architecture. As I close, I know I gave you a lot to unpack and painted a sobering picture, but I really wanted to highlight the reality facing all of us and give you some perspective as you go into the next couple of days. I'm confident your discussions will be highly beneficial to the nuclear and strategic defense community. I'm sorry to have missed you, and I look forward to hosting you here in Omaha next spring. Have a great conference.
All right, well, that certainly gives us a lot to think about, and intersects, Admiral Richards' comments intersect with many of the topics that are on our agenda for the next 2 days. So there'll be a lot of opportunity for us to engage among and within the panelists, as well as with you in the audience, on a lot of these important topics. Not least of that will actually be the topic of our upcoming panel on conventional nuclear integration and understanding operations along the conventional nuclear seam, plans, exercises, and budget. It's a terrific panel, and we will be starting promptly, checking the time, at 12:45. So we will get you an opportunity for a short break. Stretch your legs. No need to kind of disconnect your computer, just mute your microphone and camera. And please be back and ready to start promptly in 15 minutes. Thanks so much. If you have questions, concerns, or issues, feel free to throw those into the chat function or contact the PONI team. Thanks so much, and we will see you shortly. Welcome back, everyone. It's wonderful to be back and getting into really the meat of the discussion of today's conference. I think we are troubleshooting one technical problem with one of our panelists, but in the meantime, I think we will go ahead and get things started, and if necessary, Mackenzie Eklund will join by audio instead of video if that's what we need to do. But in any case, today's topic for this panel is panel one is the conventional nuclear integration, understanding operations along the conventional nuclear seam, plans, exercises, and budget. For that, we have three terrific panelists and a great set of topics for them to discuss. You know, in terms of conventional nuclear integration, it's really been a focus area for the department of late. And DoD has embarked on a defense strategy geared towards long-term strategic competition, rapid dispersion of technologies, and new concepts of warfare and competition that span the entire spectrum of conflict. The issue of conventional nuclear integration has sort of taken on renewed salience and focus, but also brings with it a fair bit of confusion as to the meaning, scope, and intention behind the concept, but also how it would actually be implemented. What does it mean in terms of departmental processes? How would you address it in terms of budgetary functions, plans, strategy, doctrine? This has been a topic of one of our Nuclear Nexus articles, the first two that was released by Mark Cancian and Adam Sexton. But we wanted to dig into this topic a little more and have three fantastic panelists to do so. Excuse me. So let me give some introductions and welcome everyone here to the conference today, and then we will get right into it. I'll present all three, and then we'll kind of open their discussion. First to speak will be Dr. Kathleen Hicks, who is a Senior Vice President and the Henry A. Kissinger Chair and Director of International Security here at CSIS. Dr. Hicks is the Donald Marin Scholar at the Kissinger Center for Global Affairs at SAIS. She's a member of the Board of Trustees for the Aerospace Corporation and the Board of Directors for the U.S. Naval Institute, and serves on several other advisory boards. She's authored countless reports at CSIS, including a recent two-part report on gray zone operations and Getting to Less, a multi-part series that explores the contours and implications of strategies that might reduce the U.S. military's mission space through greater constraints. She served in the Obama administration as Principal Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Policy and has had a host of other important positions and is the recipient of numerous awards. Second up will be Adam Mount. Dr. Adam Mount is a Senior Fellow and Director of the Defense Posture Project at the Federation of American Scientists. His work covers U.S. nuclear strategy and force structure, global nuclear politics, deterrence, and North Korea. Previously, Adam was a Senior Fellow at the Center for American Progress and a Stanton Nuclear Security Fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. He's also directed the CFR Independent Task Force on U.S. policy towards North Korea and has a number of other publications and research projects that he has led. And then finally, we'll have Mackenzie Eklund. Mackenzie is a resident fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. And Mackenzie, I can see we have you on camera now. That's fantastic. She works on defense strategy, defense budgets, and military readiness. And she's a member of the Board of Advisors of the Alexander Hamilton Society and a member of the Steering Committee of Leadership Council for Women in National Security. She has served as a staff member on the congressionally mandated bipartisan review group, the National Defense Strategy Commission, and earlier served as a staff member on the 2014 congressionally mandated National Defense Panel. She's one of 12-member U.S. Army War College Board of Visitors and has held numerous other responsibilities and roles as well. Could not ask for a better, more interesting panel to help us think through some of these practicalities associated with what is conventional nuclear integration and how might you actually do it in the Department of Defense. So with that, I will hand things to start to Dr. Hicks. We'll hear each of their presentations for about 15 minutes and then open everything for Q&A. You can feel free to start loading those questions into the Q&A function at any time, and we will have a chance to look at them as we go. So Kath, over to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Rebecca. And it's such a pleasure to be here with Adam and Mackenzie, both of whom I hold in very high esteem. And it looks like you gave all of us an excuse to at least dress up on the upper parts of our bodies. So thank you, Rebecca, for that. It's just a pleasure to be speaking also on this incredibly important topic. It's one that I've thought a lot about. And I'm going to say right up front that I don't have to bring today a whole bunch of solutions, because I'm still pretty perplexed at the stovepipes that we continue to face. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my experiences with this problem and some of the ways in which I think it's playing out, and then maybe a few of the solution approaches to be explored. My upfront caveat is also that I am sure there is much more going on than I am aware of in the department, and I am more than happy to be educated on where my concerns are already being addressed. I would welcome that, frankly. For those who don't know me, I have a pretty lengthy and possibly for some infamous past working at the intersection of strategy and plans and force assessments and understanding how we align our forces to the capabilities that we need for the future. And in those roles over the decades, I've myself been party to some of the stovepiping that I'm going to talk about here today, with particular respect to issues of plans, to issues of the old quadrennial defense reviews or their predecessors even, and the nuclear posture review approach. But I think this all became very clear to me as a major problem area back in 2015 after the Russian annexation of Crimea and invasion of Ukraine, occupation of Ukraine. I was on the Commission on the Future of the Army. And in that role, I was looking specifically at what the implications of Russian aggression in Europe were or might be with regard to how the Army is structured, postured, how it's investing, et cetera. And for those who've been on reviews, folks like Mackenzie know, you do a lot of interviews, you look at a lot of documents, and it was very clear through the investigation I was doing at that point in time that there were massive stovepipes in how we were thinking about conventional approaches and nuclear approaches. And I wanted to relay a particular story that I think really encapsulated the extreme concern I ended up having. I went to a senior defense official, someone I actually quite admire, someone who I think is very thoughtful, and I asked how the department was thinking through Russia's approach to conflict, what we were thinking of at the time in terms of escalate to de-escalate approaches, and how we were thinking about the US's own investment strategies and concepts of operation and theories of victory with regard to deterring Russia, and the degree to which the nuclear question in terms of Russia's escalate to de-escalate approaches might weigh into how the US thinks through escalation dynamics with regard to US posture and activities in Europe. And the answer I got at that time from that person was, quote, "I don't think you can underestimate how little we've thought about that." Well, that was probably one of the most terrifying sentences I have ever heard from a senior defense official. And again, trying to be understanding, perhaps if I had been a senior defense official at the time, I might have been forced to say something like that. I was lucky enough, if you will, to be outside the building, and so did not have to face that reality. But I think it was a very fair assessment. And I think it's because over many decades, we have trained, rewarded, and generally conditioned cadres of people to focus either on the conventional or the nuclear side of strategy and force questions. I think the Cancian-Saxton piece that Rebecca mentioned puts its finger on the source of that problem, which is since the end of the Cold War, we've really been moving away, or had been moving away, from connecting these areas and making certain assumptions about how the nuclear piece fits into US strategy overall. I think Russia's own strategic approach in particular has called that into question, though it is not singular in its approach. But Russia certainly has not chosen to silo, and it's that how the Russians are approaching this problem set is itself the subject of some debate, and particularly the degree to which we should actually interpret their actions as embracing nuclear escalation at the early at the forefront, if you will, the early elements of a strategic approach. But at a minimum, it's reasonable to attribute to them a clear-eyed assessment, we assume, of their own balance sheet of assets and liabilities. And that balance sheet presumably is leading them to think about how to integrate much more. And it's not just integrating, of course, nuclear and conventional. So this problem is infinitely complicated, right? Because it's also about the subconventional level. It's also about cyber and space. Pardon me. And I do think the department's move toward a continuum of conflict approach, the removal of some of the stovepipes around how we think about these problem areas, is substantially helpful to us getting on top of some of these challenges. I do also want to just mention there are areas of concern with regard to China as well, just as there are for the United States, where we are developing certain capabilities in both cases that have the potential to shift mission, conventional and nuclear. And so in addition to the technology backbone for things like command and control that can be dual purpose, there are lots of reasons to worry about the degree to which we are or are not taking into account miscalculation potential among nuclear armed rivals when it comes to contests that, even if they begin at the subconventional level, are very worrisome. This is an area overall from a strategic lens that I think Rebecca has captured very well in her writings. So on to what the department is doing about this problem set. I think, the Cancian and Saxton piece is quite good in this Nuclear Nexus series from CSI, as spelling out the degree to which you can evidence that these silos are underway. And specifically, they draw attention to the degree to which you don't see nuclear issues highlighted in the most important central doctrines, concepts, and exercises of the department. And instead, you see siloed, for example, exercises, STRATCOM exercises focused on the nuclear piece, regional COCOM exercises focused on the non-nuclear piece. I know there are exceptions to that. I've participated in exceptions to that, but I do think it is a general rule, and that those exceptions happen far less frequently than merited, given these complicated dynamics around escalation that we're seeing today. So let me jump to the next commission and the work that McKinsey and I did together on the Commission on the National Defense Strategy in 2018. What are the implications of this? Well, what we saw by the time you get to 2018 was, in some ways, to me, the worst of both worlds. You did not yet have a recognition that we need to integrate and have a holistic approach to thinking, strategizing, programming, and budgeting around this continuum. But at the same time, by 2018, you were seeing the department seem to make some non-explicit, pretty policy critical assumptions about the role that nuclear deterrence would play in substituting for conventional deterrence under certain conditions. Staying in the unclassified space, I would simply say there seemed to be some sloppy assumption making that didn't bring into conversation the political debate within the United States over the role of nuclear weapons. So you can go down to the Cancian and Saxton piece, down to the particulars of where we don't see it at the warfighting and plans and exercising level, but also all the way up at the policy level. These are pretty important issues for the United States to consider, and they are ultimately political issues in a Clausewitzian sense about the role that nuclear weapons and other approaches of escalation dynamics play in overall US foreign policy. So I definitely was concerned by 2018 that it was this worst of both worlds, where these were siloed, but yet there were some assumptions being made, in particular on the conventional side, about what nuclear deterrence would be providing, and trade-off choices were being made without explicit conversation among those pieces. So where do we sit today? Well, my view is a lot of this, again, is understandable in terms of the department awakening from a period of having relative primacy over its rivals. And now we are in this period of extended competition with nuclear armed rivals. And over the longer term period, obviously China more than Russia, but in the nearer term, Russia is a significant competition risk. That doesn't mean, I think, that we need to be out there saber rattling. We can have a conversation in the Q&A about what it means for strategy. But to the particulars of this panel, I do think it means that we have to be thinking about what those escalation dynamics are that we want to be able to manage well in order to secure our interests without escalation to conflict where we can. And obviously, most importantly, without escalation to nuclear conflict. So that means thinking holistically about how we build these pieces together. And a good first step is thinking about the strategic reviews that the department does. I mentioned before, now it's called the NDS, I think, and of course, the Nuclear Posture Review. You have to be able to balance the needed expertise that goes into each of those reviews, but you do have to be thinking much more than ever about how these pieces integrate. So they can't be siloed reviews. They potentially could be done under one major umbrella, even though you understand that there's some dedicated capabilities that have to go into each. But even then, I think that's almost a red herring. It's important in some ways, but those integrated strategic reviews are episodic. They are highly gamed by everyone. They are pitched battles, pick your metaphor, or they're meeting engagements in the Civil War sense. Everyone lives to fight another day out of them. And that's why, if you get back to the Kantian Saxton piece, it's so important to be working this in a much more integrated day-to-day way on doctrine, on concepts, and on exercises. So it's time to turn our attention, sort of as we did in the Cold War, to how these pieces interact, but it's not going backwards. The technology is different, the rivalries are different, the asymmetries are different. So our sophistication level needs to be very high, but we can't look at this as we did as though it were the early 2000s. So let me stop there, and thanks again for the opportunity.
Slow on the mute trigger every time. That's great, Kath. Thanks so much. With that, Adam, let me turn to you.
Thank you. And thanks for putting together a tremendous conference across a couple of days. This issue about conventional nuclear integration, I'm so glad to see a panel on it. It's an absolutely critical emerging area of study and research and work for DoD. How we define and how we implement conventional nuclear integration over the next few years will really define US nuclear policy in a very real way. And the reason for that is because it is going, how we resolve this question will define America's approach to basically the critical challenge we face, the possibility of a limited conflict with a nuclear armed adversary, how to deter that, how to defend against that kind of aggression, and how to respond to potential nuclear use by a nuclear armed adversary. Now, so far, conventional nuclear integration has been mostly concerned at the operational level with enabling conventional forces to operate in an environment that's degraded by nuclear use, or deconflicting conventional operations with nuclear operations to enable non-strategic nuclear employment. Both are important issues if you want to retain both conventional and nuclear options in a limited conflict. At the strategic level, you've also seen arguments floating around that conventional nuclear integration is essentially necessary because adversaries have already done this as they have developed hybrid, essentially aggressive strategies. Kath mentioned this escalate to de-escalate concept, but there are analogous concepts for China and North Korea as well. Brad Roberts has written a really great article in the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists on this front. And then on the operational front, I'd commend to you a paper by Harrison Menke, Bob Peters, Justin Anderson in Strategic Studies Quarterly that really laid out a bunch of these issues. I think the important thing to recognize about conventional nuclear integration is that it shouldn't just mean conventional substitution for nuclear strike options, which was something we discussed about a decade ago. And it also shouldn't mean enabling nuclear missions at the non-strategic level exclusively. Rather, I'm going to argue that we need to look at conventional nuclear integration at the level of strategy in terms of developing an optimal response, the best possible way the United States can deter and respond to limited aggression, large-scale aggression, high-intensity aggression, and nuclear use in a regional conflict. Each of these, and the reason why it's so important, not just at the operational level, but at the policy level, is that each of these arguments that I've laid out for conventional nuclear integration so far, I think are insufficient justifications for integration. They can't guide planning. They can't establish the role of nuclear forces in US national policy. Only the president and his or her civilian advisors can do that. So conventional nuclear integration is also important at this level of national strategy. But there's a great deal that needs to be done at the planning and operational levels. So I just note that planning authorities or operational authorities are not entirely clear in doctrine. And the Cancian and Sexton piece is excellent at laying out a bunch of areas why this is true. Let me point to one or two others. In doctrine, JP 372 states that it's the joint geographic combatant commander that's supported by US Stratcom in performing nuclear targeting activities. While another piece of doctrine, JP 335, states that specialized planning is typically conducted by Stratcom, coordinated with the supported GCC. So who is it that has the basic authority for planning limited nuclear employment options? Not entirely clear, right? It's the geographic combatant commander that has sort of better intelligence and operational command over a limited conflict, but it's Stratcom that has the expertise about escalation management and nuclear weapons effects that's sort of baked into its system. This seriously complicates campaign planning, which, at the ideal level, should present nuclear options at different junctures in an evolving campaign plan, alongside conventional options for responding and adapting to a conflict as it's evolving. That requires a highly coordinated and highly integrated planning process. Also, operational authorities tend to get very complex very, very quickly. Normally, we think of Stratcom as being the supporting command for a geographic combatant command. But when is Stratcom involved, for example, in conventional strike planning and commanding conventional strike forces for strategic conventional forces? When do geographic combatant commanders take command of nuclear capable assets, including dual capable nuclear assets? When does Stratcom become the supported command? Hypothetically, once you move to, we used to think about it in terms of the PSYOP. When you move to the PSYOP, Stratcom becomes the supported command. But is there any procedure for when that happens in a limited conflict? Where do you draw that line exactly? How do you resolve sort of competing and differing requests for supporting capabilities, for tactical air escorts, for dual capable bombers? When are dual capable aircraft and bombers, for example, reserved for potential nuclear signaling operations, and when can they be generated for sorties in a conventional armed conflict? How do you appropriate intelligence capabilities to identify targets for conventional options versus nuclear options? All of these things are likely to get extremely complex in a crisis. And the more you can do ahead of time to resolve these authorities, to think through how these different sort of competing aims are adjudicated, will help streamline the process, will help streamline warfighting if push comes to shove in a conflict. But putting those aside, those can't define the role of US nuclear weapons. It's only the president and civilian leadership that can do that. that can define the role of US nuclear and conventional forces in deterrence and defense to come up with the optimal US strategy for confronting these threats and these challenges. And here I'd point out that conventional deterrence is an absolutely critical tool for confronting this challenge. I think Dr. Hicks is right. Too often there's this stovepipe where we think of deterrence as being a nuclear challenge and conventional forces and conventional posture as being about maximizing your warfighting capability. That's no longer feasible. In a world where conventional challenges and conventional forces can hold at risk nuclear armed adversaries' strategic capabilities, where you want to be able to signal with conventional capabilities, where some of the highest end sort of threats you can deliver may depend on conventional force posture, including invasion, decapitation strikes, separating an enemy leadership from nuclear command and control. Conventional forces have to be intensely aware of escalation management capabilities, what signals they're sending intentionally or unintentionally. These are all things that are very much sort of steeped into nuclear planners and nuclear thinkers and strategists. But on the conventional side, there's less of there's very much less of a sort of culture there and less of a history of those kinds of considerations. So why are conventional forces so critical? Well, in many cases, it's only conventional forces that can attain certain national objectives in terms of defense of a vulnerable ally, in terms of evicting an adversary from occupied territory. Conventional forces might be less escalatory in certain circumstances. They might be more credible for certain threats. They might better improve alliance cohesion. And they may be the only option that is available in certain circumstances or by the president's order. The president, in some circumstances, may simply opt not to put nuclear use or nuclear signaling on the table, which requires us to have credible conventional options to perform many of these missions. I'm also sympathetic, by the way, to the proposal by Jeffrey Lewis and Scott Sagan that says that if we can generate equivalent military and strategic effects with conventional forces, then we should, rather than opt for a nuclear strike option, just for the sake of preserving the sort of region as allowing for sort of effective conventional operations, to minimize the diplomatic fallout of nuclear use, and for all of these other reasons as well. So one of the goals of conventional nuclear integration should be to maximize the credibility of conventional deterrence. And also, at the very least, to maintain the option for responding at certain junctures in an evolving limited conflict with conventional options. I think ideally, any nuclear operations, whether signaling or strike missions, should not detract from the ability of conventional forces to perform their missions. And I think also ideally, nuclear signaling would not detract from the credibility of conventional forces to deter nuclear use and to deter limited aggression and to respond to limited aggression. So we need these conventional options for not only for low-level provocations or invasion, but also nuclear use. And this requires, as Kath mentioned, a tremendous amount of preparation, coordination, education on the part of conventional commanders, planners, strategists, and forces to recognize their effect on strategic stability. Maximizing the military effectiveness of your conventional warfighting capabilities might, in some circumstances, detract from national objectives to manage escalation or to suppress escalation if it causes an adversary to read these signals rightly or wrongly. Now, some have suggested that the right way to go about this is to train geographic combatant commands in nuclear issues so that they can sort of retain this planning authority. I think that's probably always going to be a very, very heavy lift. I think it's probably sort of a bridge too far. I think the right way to think about it is to sort of more effectively integrate StratCom staff into this GCC planning process so that you've got these nuclear and conventional options at different sort of contingent stages in a conflict that are available for the president to select and to consider. That's something that should follow from a high level sort of next generation nuclear policy review. And so I'd note, just by way of concluding this conversation about conventional deterrence, this is especially true for an administration that's seeking to reduce reliance on nuclear forces, right? Conventional nuclear integration might be, it's sort of valuable if you are trying to enhance the credibility of non-strategic nuclear options. But if you're also trying to enhance the credibility of conventional deterrence in order to reduce reliance on nuclear forces, to move towards sole purpose, potentially, it becomes absolutely critical. So this is something Dr. Hicks mentioned, and but let me lay out a couple of sort of options here. At the policy level, I think it's, Brad Roberts sort of laid out this proposal, and I think it's right. If you're concerned with conventional nuclear integration, you may not want to conduct another nuclear posture review. The Trump administration actually did a tremendous service by laying out in the National Defense Strategy, essentially a sort of model for conventional deterrence. It defined the deterrence roles of different layers of conventional forces in really helpful ways. But that part of the NDS didn't really talk to the nuclear posture review. They don't sort of communicate at a conceptual level to define the relative utility and the relative roles of each type of forces. And the reason for this is that the task of a discrete nuclear posture review is not to develop an optimal strategy to respond to these threats, but to determine the role of nuclear weapons within a deterrence strategy, and then the force structure requirements necessary to implement that role. And it sort of reinforces this tendency to think about deterrence as a nuclear challenge. I think instead, we ought to think about a nuclear policy review as a subsidiary component of a next generation defense strategy that's specifically tasked to develop an integrated deterrence strategy against this particular challenge, deterrence of a nuclear armed adversary in a limited conflict. Now, one thing this means is you may want to conduct coordinated but distinct deterrence posture reviews and a non-proliferation policy review. Those were always sort of uncomfortable bedfellows. But for example, while DoD leads a nuclear weapons posture review with State Department participation, you might want to invert that for a non-proliferation policy review where state leads it and DoD participates. There are a couple of options for doing this. You could do a modified nuclear posture review that includes input from OMB or a comptroller to resolve budgetary questions that I think Mackenzie's going to tackle and touch on, to try to sort of place scarce, limited DoD resources where they matter most for implementing this strategy. Or you might want to conduct a deterrence posture review, which would be an integrated, a specific look at an integrated approach to tackling this specific challenge within a sort of broader NDS. You could do a strategic posture review that tackles nuclear, space, cyber, missile defense, and strategic conventional, and it sort of puts those in a bucket in terms of those sort of very deep interconnections and interrelations. Or you could specify a sort of pacing scenario under a national defense strategy that includes, that essentially tackles deterrence and integrated deterrence of a nuclear armed adversary in a regional conflict, as sort of that focuses specifically on this as a primary task for the U.S. Armed Forces. And in that circumstance, you might also, for example, want to release an unclassified employments guidance summary or do a sort of major presidential speech to define the role of nuclear weapons more generally in US policy. In any of these circumstances, there's sort of advantages and drawbacks. You want to reflect presidential guidance about the role of nuclear weapons, clearly communicate to the public and to allies about the role of nuclear forces in US policy. You want to consult with allies at every step of the way. You don't want to give that up. And then subsequently, you want to revise how military plans and operational concepts are developed and review existing plans to ensure that they comport with presidential guidance and with the determination that's made about national strategy. And then you also want to sort of clarify operational authorities and planning authorities in order to sort of ensure that it reflects this more integrated concept of planning. And so I think doing this will strengthen US deterrence posture, but only if we sort of don't let CNI, conventional nuclear integration, be siloed as enabling non-strategic nuclear use or conventional substitution, but you really think about it as a level of strategy that then sort of filters down to the operational levels. And I think there's a great deal of potential there. So with that, look forward to the discussion.
Great. Thank you, Adam. A lot for us to think about. And Mackenzie, you have lots of threads to pick up, but I think quite a bit of it might have to do with how do we go about actually doing this anyway? And what does it mean in some of the processes? Just let me take this 1 minute. As you are in the audience or thinking about your questions, please feel free to load those up in the chat. We'll be reviewing those and be opening to some questions very soon. So Mackenzie, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties today. I'm visiting family in Georgia, and it's like no Zoom light, no fancy monitors. It's just kind of wild. So bear with me here. Thanks for your forbearance. I've learned a lot already, even just being on this panel, preparing for it with the heavyweights among us, all of you, and then listening to each of you, including the general's remarks, which were tremendous. I'm going to fly through my slides. Rebecca, being a true, Pentagon nerd, yes, I have some slides, but I will be brief, and because I'm not going to say much more than is on them, and we can just sort of read them together. I have other points to make, but I'll save those for the Q&A. So thank you for the screen share. All right, we'll just jump right in on the push for this kind of integration. This next slide. I'm excited that this panel is even happening in this discussion because this is really exactly the right time and moment to be doing this. It's not just General Clark's comments that you see here in my slide, or former SecDef Ash Carter's comments that we have to think differently. But it was really today's comments in the keynote. I was struck by really one critical point is that deterrence of two nuclear-armed peer competitors, China and Russia, peer in different ways, or near peer perhaps. But the deterrence that the US needs to think about and how to deter each of those countries is different. And that is the luxury that we had in the past, where we had to really only think about this through one lens, is gone. Next slide, please. So this, anybody tuning in to this level of detail and conversation, is a great panel, on these great 2-day panels, probably is already pretty aware of what's happening around the world in global stockpiles of nuclear weapons. But this is just a quick summary. I want to bring us all to the same level of education. And frankly, that really means me. But you see that overall they're declining, but at the same time, they're changing, right? And so in some cases, the weapons are getting better, the delivery systems are better, and or the capabilities are better, or there's a proliferation of smaller and low yield weapons. Next slide. So here's our own Defense Department and Energy Department's Nuclear Forces, Strategic Forces budget for 2021, the year that we're currently in under a continuing resolution. So we're operating right now, of course, in fiscal year 2021. And you can see here a really rough breakout. This is going to change rapidly over 5 years. One, depending on the choices and trade-offs that are potentially made if defense budgets stay flat. Flat budgets mean that this can't stand, right? It means that you even have to start trimming at the edges of current plans. So things would have to change. We can talk extensively. I would love that about the Columbia class's future and what to do about this gigantic wedge that's only going to grow in the Navy shipbuilding account, and how to fund that. But you can see here a lot of the money, of course, that's funded towards, that goes towards the Department of Energy, is not just the warheads, but a lot of fixed costs that are necessary to build and modernize and sustain these types of weapons, including the laboratories and scientists and human capital involved in working with such incredible material. You can see the three legs of the triad as well as the command and control here. Next slide. So as in many ways, in the words, I think I'll paraphrase actually, Bob Work, we put off to the last, and then CBO sort of foot stomped this. America kind of put off to the last possible moment, modernizing any legs of its triad until the bill absolutely came due, and you couldn't sort of extend the service life to extend it yet again. And now we're sort of here. There's really very few Band-Aids that are left if you want, which is a troubling part of the trade-off questions. If we were to get to those, there's not a lot of wiggle room, as CBO and others have found, where you can sort of make space for yourself, budgetary time and space, in modernizing our triad, particularly when you put it up against other nations and what they're doing. Particularly, you can see here China's modernization, and then Russia's air-launched and hypersonic weapons usage, or testing, I should say, and others. Next cost, please. So as we're approaching modernization of our triad, we're in it. We're in the earliest stages of it in most cases, but as we approach different phases where some programs are going to quickly move out of research and development into procurement, you can see here, it's no surprise, but over the next 5 years, the costs start going up dramatically. And it's all relative. For some to say, how much it costs as a percentage of overall defense spending, sure. Okay, 7% might not sound like a lot, but if we start adding up the whole defense budget that way, you're at 150% really, really quickly. It's a significantly expensive, almost $500 billion over its 15, 20-year lifespan to modernize our triad. And it's why we have to think now, as opposed to waiting until the moment is thrust upon us, if we can afford it, if we're going to keep it on schedule. Because if we're not, you want to make those hard choices now. It's better than trying to get to 3 budget years from now and finding yourself in the position of no good options. And they get, of course, fewer each year. Next slide, please. Only a couple more. Okay, several more, I should say. So I really just wanted to show this because this could be the Pentagon, right? But this is the NNSA's 5-year, these organizations operate under 5-year budget projections, and you can see how sharply that these plans are increasing as we are approaching, as I was just saying, the sort of major tenets of modernization are all underway at the same time. Just 3 years ago in fiscal year 18, you can see how much smaller the plans were in spending and where they are today, which is the top light blue line. These are sharp, significant increases, and we're not seeing simultaneous, sharp, significant increases in defense spending overall. Next slide. So, it couldn't be a presentation without quickly talking about CBO. Excellent work on this subject, which I've cited many times in articles, like some with Kingston Reef and others. And, this just gives you a sense of the overall cost. It's not just on the actual weapon systems of the triad, but so many other aspects and components of this, which have already been touched upon in this discussion. So I'm not going to keep going through that, but let us not fool ourselves and think that, the submarine for the Ohio class, for example, is the biggest driver of spending. Nothing is. They are all big drivers of spending. So perhaps we'll get to this in the remarks, but this year was an example of what not to do. The NNSA, DoD, I don't know what happened. I don't want to characterize it, but it was a mess, and there was some difficulty here. But the point is that you can see the NNSA administrators saying that we are out of time. This is Bob Work and the CBO point, that we're here, and it doesn't matter how much you might think you can delay it. We're really past the point of patching these older systems, and we can get into the drama and the soap opera. You can see on some of those bullets later if we have time. So as Kingston and I wrote, this is the third wave of nuclear modernization, and so it is upon us. And it's going to coincide almost, not exactly, but generally speaking, with the needed conventional modernization build up, so to speak. That's the wrong term, but the bow wave, that, the deferred decisions that have been made in some legacy programs. It doesn't mean you have to buy this or that. It just means that you have to give them something to drive, sail, and fly in. And in many cases for the services, that's the moment. This is the moment for them, as all of their systems are similarly aging out in roughly the same 5 to 10 year decades. And so the savings is something I'll say for Q&A. Quickly, 2 more slides is, so what are your options, right? And this is kind of where we get at the nexus of integration. I mean, there's a variety of choices. There's a variety of blended and hybrid choices too. But please, if we take away anything from today's amazing discussion at CSIS, let us not silo those discussions. If we are going to cut strategic forces and think that it's going to have some effect on our conventional plans and spending profiles and posture and concepts, let those 2 schools come together and agree on it up front. That is my biggest fear. I think it's not the cutting, it's the siloed decision making and inputs of certain groups across the U.S. government who have to think about these different choices. And of course, it's the opportunity costs. What I'll touch on briefly in my budget question that I know is coming is, I'm going to want to talk about, next slide, the role of the Nuclear Weapons Council. We just brought on former acting comptroller at the Defense Department, Elaine McCusker, to AEI as my colleague. So of course I called her for all the answers to these questions for today. But this is an important body, and it's not talked about enough. And there are some heavy issues going on, and I think it's in the interest of all of our leaders to take care to identify what's working well with the Nuclear Weapons Council, what's not, how can they be strengthened, and how can they be a better referee if that's indeed required among the different factions of strategic forces and conventional nuclear integration. And my very last slide is, what are the next steps? So, Elaine McCusker actually we asked her for her insider view, kind of how is it over at the department, which of course is just one of many views on this matter. But, she says that the department needs to see itself better. And by see itself, I think this goes well to Dr. Hicks's points is also, this gets back to my term on the siloing, that the audit has actually been remarkable. Yes, no, it's not been done as fast as everyone would like, and it's not completed on time, but it has truly given stakeholders in the building better visibility into where they fit into other plans and priorities, which is new. I mean, I can't say it's comprehensive, but in many cases it's helping, and this needs to sort of happen in a more broad sense, including for the Nuclear Weapons Council. And she referenced a big data platform you can see here at Vanna, which helped comptroller, the deputy secretary, and CAPE, the Cost Assessment Program Evaluation Office, better, again, do what I was charging, see the department's priorities across portfolios, something I know Kath worked on in the building too, but to see the priorities across portfolios and see really where the gaps are. We can't, of course, and this has come up already in our comments, but the combatant commands, this is just my big question mark here. The role of combatant commands and STRATCOM, and I think Adam did a great job talking about this. I won't go into it anymore. And of course, finally, there is Congress. And again, there was a lot of interesting points that came up in the hearings on these matters, not exactly the integration, but on the difficulties of the different departments that are working on this across the federal government, the issues that they're worried about. On the Future of Defense Task Force, that bipartisan report that came out in the House, they actually talked about this a little bit, not down in the weeds, but talking about the strategy resource mismatch and needing different plans under different top lines, kind of how the department was operating before sequestration with their 3 different budgets. It's confusing, it's complicated, but that might be something that needs to happen behind the scenes. So with that, thank you.
Terrific. All right, we've covered a lot of ground. We have a few minutes left for some questions from the audience. I also have a couple things I'd like you all to kind of comment on. I'm hoping we can just sort of keep it brief, but I wanted to kind of connect a couple of things in your remarks. In particular, Mackenzie, back on your point, as we think about, I think one of the challenges that we have on the budgetary side, conventional nuclear integration, is that by being siloed, there sometimes is an assumption if you save money here, that you save money overall, whereas in reality, conventional and nuclear responsibilities and forces actually throw requirements over the transom. So in other words, if you rely more on conventional forces to accomplish certain tasks or missions, that probably comes with a price tag. But we're not good at kind of trading that off. And the other thing that's interesting about trying to unsilo this discussion is we kind of know that there's actually a lot of competition. Kind of, we don't like to talk about it, but there's a lot of competition for resources between nuclear forces and conventional forces. Some would argue that is partly, at the root of why we ended up with so many delays to bringing kind of modernization to fruition. Just if you have any comments on that, I'll have a couple of others, and the questions are teeing up. So we'll just be quick as we rapid fire through some of this.
Well, I love your point about competition, and it's uncomfortable to talk about, but it's spilling out into the open more and more. So it's time to just go ahead and talk about it. We're seeing it before it was quashed on the sort of military Internet of Things. I'm glad to now see the Air Force and Army saying, at least anyway, no, truly we're partners on this. But in other ways, air-based defense, long-range strikes, certain types of capabilities, competition is alive and well in the department. But what's interesting, like for example, in the latter, is I think, I'm sorry, I can't remember who said it, Kath or the keynote, but there are different weapons that provide strategic effects now. It's not just nuclear weapons. And while you can argue we had that to some smaller extent in the past, it's never been quite so robust and so obvious as it is today in space and cyber and other ways, even if a lot of it's classified and technically not known or seen. We hope and know, generally speaking, what the department is doing. That competition also is underway. And there's a lot of kind of, for lack of a better term here, dual use overlap, I guess you could say, in some of the other strategic effects and capabilities that the department has as well. So it's time to have the big boy and girl conversations about the competition. It requires strong leadership from the groups I've been talking about, right? So obviously the secretary, definitely Congress needs to be aware of, but again, groups like the Nuclear Weapons Council can't be passive bystanders in some of these fights. And, but going back to the triad specifically on integration. So and the reason you have to have the difficult conversations now, instead of, like I said, if you wait 3 years and say, now we're going to delay the GBSD and we're going to upgrade some Minuteman IIIs instead and take a little gap there in terms of how many we're going to buy new once we do the replacement, then certain options go away. They get harder, they get more expensive, and then they shrink too in some cases. But what we found is that in CBO, a lot of these, no matter what you trim here in a leg of the triad modernization or over here, the costs are fixed, whether you buy 10 weapons or 10,000. And so there also needs to be honesty in accounting and budgeting about, since you're probably going to spend it anyway, let's be honest about the true benefits, the marginal pennies on the dollar you might save, where you might actually generate more savings from bigger cuts in other capabilities. And unfortunately, it's just the math.
Yeah. Kath, for you, my question had to do with something that also came up from Admiral Richard briefly and has been talked about a lot in the department over the last couple of years, which is globally integrated operations, which a lot of the threads that have come up in the conversation, I think in part, those efforts to look at globally integrated operations and globally integrated planning, something that started in areas like loose nuke planning back some number of years ago, tries to get at that. Is that a mechanism? Do you think that kind of planning approach might create better opportunities to think in a more integrated way across conventional and nuclear, or do you think it gets in the way?
I think I would be tempered in my view that it's a game changer. I think in general, the enthusiasm for new acronyms and terms is high, but there have always been forms of globally integrated approaches. Certainly in the Cold War, again, how we thought about Russia or China had globally integrated elements. Certainly during the 2000s, the way we thought about counterterrorism was actually labeled the global war on terrorism and had global elements. So that makes me concerned that relying on the existence of a new acronym approach somehow fundamentally changes how the department has been operating. Again, I'm not in there today. Maybe they're breaking, maybe that approach under that acronym and with joint staff leadership is breaking down lots of stovepipes that used to exist. I'm very, as you can tell, skeptical about that. I think one of the threads I would just pull from this entire conversation is really about culture, subcultures. Incentives, who's up, who's down, who gets promoted, what sub elements of the services are rewarded, and the degree to which nuclear is siloed. It's just siloed, and in many cases it's the minority silo, and it as a result is about, marginalization. And I'm not saying we should have a massive nuclear budget, but I think the slide that McKinsey shows is a great example of that, of delay, because it was in the interest of the majority sub elements to do that rather than actually face up to those bills and those choices earlier. So bottom line, I don't think it's about a new approach called globally integrated operations, but I do think approaches that integrate all these elements and think in a holistic way about operational challenges, what Adam was talking about in terms of campaign planning challenges, and then looking 360 at those to include the nuclear piece. That's very important. And I think that's actually slightly different than what is intended by the globally integrated operations terminology.
Great, thank you. Adam, I definitely have questions for you, but I can see in our chat and our Q&A function, we're starting to have a lot of questions. So I'm going to open up to the audience and we'll weave some things in as we go. We have a couple of questions that touch on this question, an issue of risk. To what extent does thinking in a more integrated way across the conventional nuclear divide potentially, or even operating in a more integrated way, does it increase the risk of nuclear use? There's been some anxiety about that. There's a couple questions that touch on it. Erin Dumbucker has a question in which she asks, could the panelists comment on the risks of integration of conventional and nuclear inside our NC3 systems? Kind of entangling those, to what extent does it complicate or add to the risk of nuclear use? So that's one of them. There's another question from Paolo Lasso. Do you think that nuclear conventional integration inherently increases the risk of nuclear use, especially at the sort of somewhat lower yield or substrategic level in the battlefield? And then finally, I'll add a third one, which I think is in something of the same space, from David Crandall, who says, the president will always desire not to initiate nuclear use. In that case, isn't it part of the function of conventional weapons to be sufficiently strong and effective to minimize a situation where the president has to contemplate nuclear use? And shouldn't this be considered an integration? So again, I think all three questioners sort of touching on this question of where does this slide the escalation risk scale, and how do you think about that in the development of options? Maybe I'll go to you, Adam, first for a quick response, but then give Mackenzie and Kath a chance as well.
Yes, absolutely agree with the thrust of the questions. This is why I say that how we define and how we implement conventional nuclear integration will define US nuclear weapons policy. You don't want to see conventional nuclear integration as blurring the boundaries between conventional and nuclear forces, or making, and in my view, you don't want to see conventional nuclear integration as helping to enable increased reliance on nuclear forces at lower levels of conflict. I think that would be dramatically the wrong way to go. I think the right way to go is to see it as providing an opportunity to develop credible conventional options at each level of escalation, that a president simply will want that option and will also want to, and also may want to select. You want to, at each step of the way, preserve the sort of distinctive features of conventional and nuclear forces and not think about them as sort of equivalent or sort of put them in the same pot, right? They have distinct military and physical effects, and they have distinctive strategic effects that you want to sort of acknowledge and to the greatest possible extent capitalize upon. And so it's, I think to the extent that conventional nuclear integration is seen as sort of making nuclear weapons more usable, that would be a huge problem, not just in terms of making an adversary's nuclear use more likely, but also as degrading U.S. deterrent potential overall, because the credibility of conventional forces is an important asset that needs to be preserved.
Great. Kath?
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I think as I tried to mention in my anecdote about 2018, it is the backing into it, the inexplicit assumption making and siloed approaches that are cross-cutting each other without strategy. That's really worrisome. So that leads to this concern over miscalculation risks. It leads to, in the budget discussions, the siloing is very worrisome to me because there isn't a mutual understanding of the implications of choices. An example is that often conventional deterrence will be more expensive. That's from a moral, ethical perspective, that's a completely acceptable expense for me. But that's a conversation that needs to be had explicitly about how these things play out, because oftentimes we end up talking about nuclear from a budget perspective without, as Adam was pointing out, without really talking through the trade-off spaces. So I completely agree. I think the goal here is not to tightly integrate in our capabilities, conventional and nuclear. It is to understand strategically how the adversary might be doing so, and then how we think about the best way, from a principled perspective, the United States postures itself and makes the trade-off choices it needs to make to posture appropriately in light of that. And keeping that nuclear threshold up high for the adversary as well as for the United States should be at the forefront of that list of principles.
Great, right. Mackenzie, do you have something on this one?
I can wait till the next one if you want.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, this sort of gets back to the question about that the House and Senate are wrestling with this year on the Nuclear Weapons Council, since they're responsible for the integration and the planning for U.S. nuclear forces in DoD and in DOE. And, but they also have to consider the investments of cyber and space systems across the nuclear enterprise. So, they really need to make sure they get full night's sleep. These people do important work. And the House wants to elevate the chair to a secretary level. And the Senate is saying that the members could determine the NNSA budget before it's sent to the Secretary of Energy, giving them a whole new level of input. But I think to some of Kath's points, this is an important debate. But back to sort of the Department of Defense. So while this is a coordinating body, they don't have all the data, and DoD is just a poor data collector and analyzer anyway. They keep really garbage data, and they let go of good data oftentimes, if you ask certain people in the Army. So they don't have all the budget data to even make these strong, informed choices across space, cyber, and nuclear forces. So to manage costs and risks. So data becomes ever more important. So, that gets at that point we're talking about. Then the second, earlier on Advana, but then the secondly is that Stratcom standing up their enterprise center, which is basically a nuclear corollary to the JADC2, the Joint All Domain Command and Control. I called it the Military Internet of Things because it's just a terrible acronym. So I don't understand yet, and so I suspect others don't as well, the overlap there. If they're both reaching out to Silicon Valley and they both want to rely on commercial technology primarily, and tech startups and new companies and new players in the Defense Department, and they're both going to create similar, potentially similar network systems, is that good? Do we actually want to keep it that way, to some of the points Adam and Kath were just making, or can we afford to not do that at all?
Right. I'll stick actually with the organizational question for a minute, because Kath, there's one for you that could play into this Nuclear Weapons Council, but is a broader question from Greg Giles. How do you define the need for conventional nuclear integration, particularly in terms of organizational responsibility? Who should be driving this within DoD? This is always like the $1 million question. Who gets the rose?
Yeah, I mean, I think so DoD obviously has a series of different major sets of processes. It has a bazillion governance bodies, right? But it has a series of major processes roughly aligned beyond the foundational business ops level, roughly aligned to force employment, force management and employment, force employment, force management, force development. And in all three of those areas, which themselves involve, therefore, plans that are near term, fit up development, long-term visioning, that is going to require conventional nuclear integrated thought process, I think is what I would say, across all of those. And there's different leaders at different points for each of those. And similarly, therefore, you have to have a pretty integrated approach on conventional nuclear integration itself. So I don't suggest there's somebody who's, deemed the conventional nuclear integration czar. I would suggest instead that in those relevant major processes that are so instrumental to how we develop out the budget, our plans, et cetera, that those all incorporate this concept of, whether you want to call it continuum of conflict, because again, it's not just conventional nuclear. It is subconventional, it is cyber, it is space. We are in a different phase of world order. And there are many things that have to be looked at afresh. And that is how I would approach it.
Great. Oh, we really do have a lot of good questions in here. I'm trying to capture as many as I can as we go along. I'll highlight a few as I kind of scroll through the list. Here's I'll get a couple for you. One question from Alan Cummings says, we haven't really spoken much about kind of the role of the intelligence community and how to sort of factor that in. So I think that's a good question, and kind of goes to some of the, how do we knit the pieces together in a better way? Because similarly there, things are quite stovepiped in these topics. In terms of, there's also a question from Jessica Bland. How would you take into account potential hostile state actor activities in the gray zone in the planning process, and particularly in terms of capability mapping across conventional and nuclear deterrence escalation? You hinted at that, Kath. I think that's, kind of figures prominently. You've mentioned this, but I think we have some inadequate concepts of escalation that assume you can keep low things low and high things high. And the question is that possible? And if it's not, what are some possible solutions? I know I'm throwing a lot at you guys, but there's really a lot here. Let me see. One more perhaps. Sam Wilson asks Adam, can you define a little better your focus on conventional deterrence? What does it cover? Kind of how is it defined? For example, how would you or would you not target command and control nodes, either stationary or mobile? How would it really change the way you think about, for example, targeting in a conventional sense? So it's not just how do you use our conventional capabilities to encourage the adversary not to do something, but how do we think differently about our conventional capabilities from the perspective of escalation management when things are more integrated. That's quite a lot. So why don't I leave it there? And I will, let's see, start with Mackenzie, Kath, and then Adam.
Thanks. I'll be really brief, but just 2 points came to mind that struck me. First, on the intelligence community question, it's really a good one. And it gets back to the keynote address and the point about deterrence for China and deterrence to Russia are 2 very different ideas, employment, doctrine, all the things that go underneath that umbrella, lay down budgets, programs, et cetera. Well, we need the intelligence community to help provide some of those answers. We cannot assume that the joint staff has all of this this knowledge in-house. So the intelligence community, if deterrence really is different, how, where, why, what are their capabilities? What are they investing in that could surprise us potentially? Where do we think they're lying? Where is there disinformation or misinformation or deception, just outright deception? And then, of course, secondly, is Space Force. So we've talked a lot about Stratcom, but we also have Spacecom, and now we have this new military service standing up, although it's sort of temporarily paused on the continuing resolution. But is that an opportunity to talk more about conventional nuclear integration, or is that going to just be one more speed bump that slows a lot of this discussion down? I think if the Secretary of Defense or whomever wanted to make that an opportunity, this service, because the standing up is going to be complete, in a half a year or so, you could miss that window and also miss this opportunity to dig deeper on all these questions.
Terrific. Kath.
I'm not sure I'm going to add much, but I'll give it a shot here. On the Intel side, I think the answer is a mix, in my opinion, of what the implications are. The mix being there are some things that always will continue, which is that deep technical knowledge of particular adversary decision dynamics, adversary capability sets, and those might fall into traditional, if you will, conventional and nuclear and other areas. But I do think what the Intel community can do that's really helpful is to continue to demonstrate where we have adversaries who don't think in this stovepiped way, and help us understand how they do think about it. I mentioned it briefly, for instance, I think there is a debate about what exactly the Russian doctrine really means. Do they really want to escalate in a nuclear sense early? Helping to get more information, the Intel community helping us understand that means a lot in terms of how the US thinks about how it postures itself so it doesn't lead to spiral dynamics of miscalculation. That relates in some ways to the gray zone question. I think I basically addressed that, but what I would just say is, there are many unknown new areas. Some are old as time, they're very Sun Tzu, avoiding direct conflict with other approaches, but they're occurring in areas now where the norms are not well established. There's some areas they're occurring where norms are well established, like don't violate sovereignty, and that's happening anyway. But in areas like cyberspace and space in particular, you're seeing this play out in advance of policy and norms. So I do think that normative piece becomes really important. I would say the same thing on hypersonic capability and a couple other areas like that, beyond just cyber and space, but thinking of where the technical edge is headed and trying to get in front of that normatively so that we can start to establish what our rules are, where our interests are, and try to manage escalation dynamics as best we can. But the gray zone, that would be a whole other conversation, so I'll try not to go too far down that. And I'm going to leave for Adam, what does conventional deterrence cover, and I'll be interested to hear his answer.
Yes, yeah. I know we're running very short on time, so I'll just flag, we won't get to everyone's questions, but Ruby Russell, Kath had asked a question about hypersonics, and to the extent that very advanced conventional capabilities, have we wrestled through what that really means and what their implications are for deterrence? And I think, I suspect all of us would do the collective, east-west on that. So I think, that's really a big question. So good on Ruby for that one. There's more, but Adam, you go ahead. We'll probably have to actually wrap on that. but I'll give you guys hints at some of the other questions that were coming your way. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, just my final thought that I'd like to leave you with that sort of covers so many of these issues is that conventional nuclear integration is a matter of policy. It's not the case that more is necessarily better. So on Jessica and Sam's gray zone and C2 node point, right, how conventional forces sort of operate, you need credible conventional options sort of to cover subconventional aggression, limited conflict, and nuclear use, right? And how conventional forces posture themselves, how they communicate might be sort of different under the nuclear shadow than it would be in a vacuum, right? And so conventional forces need to be aware, and policymakers need to be aware in the orders they deliver about how conventional signals affect the nuclear level. When we plan new capabilities like joint all-domain command and control, we need to be aware that integration isn't just a buzzword that's better. When you integrate those systems and they're troubling sort of indications that they're doing so, conventional and nuclear command and control, that creates very real stability risks. And when you make decisions about what forces to develop and to fund, European Reassurance Initiative, frigates, Virginia-class submarines, you don't just simply want to transfer these funds over to the nuclear enterprise because nuclear weapons are our top priority. You want to make deliberate choices about what is best for national deterrence policy for the threats that we face. That's a matter of policy. It's not just that more is better.
Well, thanks so much. What a great discussion, terrific presentations. And I really want to compliment the audience on their questions as well. They threw out, there's topics we didn't get to, which really demonstrates that this is a whole topic that needs a lot more work. There were some really good questions about how does this work under extended deterrence? That is a whole big question right there. I think they really hit on a lot of the organizational questions. There were some flashbacks to 2002. And I think this is a good one to think about in kind of going forward, that where the 2002 NPR introduced the concept of a new triad that was bigger than nuclear, for those of us who have, can recall some lived experience with that. And it sort of had a problematic history. I think it's an interesting, it's not the first time, I guess, that we've tried to take a more integrated look into how we think about strategy, and reflecting on that will probably be important to try to figure out how to learn the right lessons and not the wrong ones. So I think that from Larry Schiff is really interesting. There were also questions about kind of consolidated budgeting approaches, like from John Cohen, looking at sea-based deterrence fund or strategic deterrence fund. This goes to one of these big questions. I've moved my screen around so I can't see Mackenzie's face, but I can imagine, siloed money. How does that help? And, what are the implications? So more than we can get to, but I kind of wanted to give a feel to you and the audience that there's really a lot more out there for us to discuss on this topic. Sorry, we won't be able to get to more of it in this panel, because as you can see, we are getting ready for the next one on integrating with space. But what a great discussion. Thank you so much to Kath, Adam, and Mackenzie for taking the time to be with us on this, and for the extremely thoughtful presentations. So, big like Zoom thumbs ups and claps and all of that for all of you. Much appreciated. And I believe with that, we will be in for about a 10-minute break, but I'm going to take a brief pause and make sure there is no additional logistical instructions from Max or the rest of the PONI team.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Todd Harrison. I'm a senior fellow here at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. I'm the director of our aerospace security project and director of defense budget analysis. It's my pleasure to welcome a really great group of panelists for what I think is going to be a fascinating discussion. And before I jump right into it, let me go through and introduce the panelists for this discussion on the weaponization of space and nuclear risk. First, we've got Dave Zikusoka, who is a research fellow in aerospace studies at the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessments. And immediately prior to CSBA, he worked as part of the U.S. Cyberspace Solarium Commission, where he was policy director for the commission's integration cell, looking at developing approaches to long-term strategic competition in the cyber domain. Next up is Morgan Dwyer. She is a fellow here in the International Security Program and Deputy Director for Policy Analysis as part of our Defense Industrial Initiatives Group. She focuses on issues at the intersection of technology and policy, defense acquisition, organizational reform, space, and cyber. She's also an adjunct professor at George Washington University. Prior to CSIS, she was working in the Office of Secretary of Defense for Cost Assessment and Program Evaluation, OSD CAPE. So we're really glad to have her as part of the team here now. And last up, we have Caitlin Johnson. Caitlin's bio says she's an associate fellow. I happen to know that's not true. She was just recently promoted to be a fellow and deputy director of the Aerospace Security Project at CSIS. And her research specializes in topics around space security, military space systems, commercial space policy, and U.S. air dominance. So it's a really great to have you all here for this panel discussion. What I want to do first is go around and give each of you a few minutes to say a few words about issues that you've been working on. I know Morgan and Caitlin, you both published papers as part of the Nuclear Nexus series here. So Morgan, I want to go to you first. Give us a bit of an insight into what you discussed in your paper and the issues that you're tracking in this area.
Yeah, so thanks, Todd. So the paper that I wrote for CSIS's Nuclear Nexus series really focused on the nexus between nuclear, space, and cyber organizations. So I think a lot has been written sort of about the technical intersection among nuclear, space, and cyber, but comparatively little has been written about the intersection of their related institutions. So as Todd mentioned, my research interests, sort of going all the way back to grad school, have really been focused on the intersection and interaction between technology and organizations in the US government. It's a topic that I don't think we talk or think enough about, so I'm excited to chat with you guys about it today. So I guess first I would say, why do organizations matter? The national security community is composed of organizations that have to work together to execute the shared mission of securing the nation. Pretty basic, right? But within that national security community, institutional interactions are really shaped by how responsibility, authority, competency, and budgets are allocated across separate institutions that share missions. So, organizational lines have to be drawn somewhere. Boundaries can be a good thing, right? They can enable organizations to specialize and develop specific knowledge on specific technologies. But organizational stovepipes can also create risks to shared missions, especially when you've got separate institutions or stovepipes that have to work together to develop interoperable technology. So in the nuclear world, the NC3 architecture, I think, is a great example of interoperable technology. So obviously NC3 requires sensors from space, satellites. It also requires comms links, which can take the form of comm satellites or networks on the ground, cyber. Pretty much every DoD capability these days is networked and runs on software, so there's cyber everywhere. So sort of in the NC3 architecture, we see the technical intersection of nuclear, space, and cyber. All of those capabilities have to integrate and interoperate in order to enable a stable nuclear deterrent. But as I'm sure we'll discuss today and in other panels for this conference, the NC3 system is increasingly vulnerable in the space and cyber domains. So defense is important. Today, however, we've got Space Command and the Space Force focusing on the space domain. We've got Cyber Command focusing on the cyber domain. And then, of course, we have Strategic Command. So all of these institutions, nuclear, space, and cyber, therefore sort of theoretically share the mission of defending the NC3 architecture in these multiple domains. So to put it another way, sort of we've created organizational stovepipes to wall off nuclear space and cyber domains. And the NC3 system really falls between those organizational cracks. So in the paper that I wrote for this conference, I really suggest that the mismatch or misalignment between that integrated NC3 technical architecture and the more disaggregated organizational architecture that surrounds it, that can create risks to shared missions, and in particular, the shared mission of defending NC3. So really briefly, why is that? It seems, like separate stovepipes should be able to collaborate. Why can't everyone just get along, right? And work together to solve problems. Unfortunately, research on this topic on collaboration across government agencies, including research that I have done, suggests that it's actually very hard to do inside the government. The reason for that is because the behaviors of government institutions and sort of the dynamics of their interactions, they're pretty easy to predict based on sort of what they value. And a lot of these organizations really value their own authority and autonomy. And that's why collaboration is hard, because when you create a stovepipe, you give the organization the ability to operate semi-autonomously, but then collaboration requires organizations to give up that autonomy, and no one really wants to do that. So sort of instead of collaborating to solve the problem of NC3 defense, separate government stovepipes are actually more likely to compete with one another for resources and authority. So sometimes research suggests that inter-service or inter-organizational rivalry and competition can actually be a good thing. But it's not such a good thing when there are shared missions at stake. So I'm happy to walk through sort of how competition plays out and how that affects shared missions like NC3 in the Q&A section. But for now, what I'll say is that we can sort of predict what type of competition might take place and how that might affect NC3 defense just by understanding how bureaucracies behave and how they interact with one another. And again, bureaucracies are very predictable. We can also see some initial evidence that Cyber Command, which is a bit more of a mature combatant command than Space Command, we see some evidence that it is behaving according to what we would predict from sort of typical administration and bureaucratic politics theory. So I'll just end my remarks by not being totally negative and saying this is not an unsolvable problem. Really, it just requires policymakers to anticipate bureaucratic behaviors, to anticipate the competition that is likely to occur across separate stovepipes, and basically just to work proactively to counter that competition. So typically that's done through governance at the joint level for things like acquisition decisions and budget. Of course, no one likes governance or oversight, particularly by people like me when I used to work in OSD, right? No one likes that extra level of governance or oversight, but particularly for shared missions that fall between the scenes of multiple stovepipes, like the NC3 defense mission, governance becomes really important to making sure that the department is making the right investments and the right operational decisions related to key shared capabilities. So I'll stop there and looking forward to hearing everyone else's remarks.
Thanks, Morgan. Raised a lot of interesting things I want to get to in Q&A. Dave, I want to go to you next. And I know you've done some work looking at the recapitalization plans for the NC3 architecture, not just for the US, but for Russia and China as well. So I wonder if you could share with us, some of your insights and thoughts about those recapitalization plans.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Todd. And it's great to be here with everybody. Yeah, so we're starting a research campaign that's looking at the modernization plans for U.S. nuclear command, control, and communications, or NC3 systems, and particularly how they will affect strategic competition with Russia and China as they engage in the growth and the modernization of their own systems. So there is a delta between U.S. systems and those of Russia and China. And to put it simply, there's a gulf and it's about to grow. So there are going to be implications for our strategy and their strategies and our relative perceptions of strengths and vulnerabilities. Our relative levels of dependence on space-based elements of NC3 are different. So the stakes are different from each of us. the things in space that we have and how we value them are different, and therefore the perceptions of advantage to be gained by disrupting, degrading, or even destroying a given NC3 system in space is going to vary from actor to actor. So with respect to modernization, I'll start with China. China's their NC3 system has been based largely on the fact that they have what is effectively a monad, as opposed to a triad where you have a fully fledged air, sea, and ground-based strategic deterrent. Most of China's strategic deterrent capability is based largely in their land-based systems. They've only got about 125 or so missiles ground-based that can reach US territory, like Guam, Hawaii, and Alaska. And of those 125, about 80 can actually threaten the United States. So most of their systems are actually ground-based. They're very dependent on fiber optic systems, on radio systems that allow command authorities to dispatch orders. They are starting to work on a space-based system for missile warning. As of last October, there was some reporting that President Xi had agreed to accept some Russian assistance in developing a more advanced and more integrated space and ground-based missile warning system. There's not really much information on timelines, and there are some rumors that some satellites currently up in space are already testing some missile warning systems. But otherwise, we can at least reasonably expect that they'll have some sort of sufficient capability, at least to cover their protected areas, or sorry, their perceived areas of interest within the next decade. Russia has a full nuclear triad like we do, and of course they have had for a long time. So as a result, their NC3 architecture is more robust. It's more redundant, and it includes more space-based components. Like us, since the 1970s, they've had space-based missile warning systems. These satellites feed a network of ground-based radars that support missile defense of Moscow. They also inform the command and control of the nuclear forces through Russia's equivalent of the so-called nuclear football. They call it Cheget. And right now, their recapitalization is focused on their missile warning satellite constellation. For a period in the 2000s and the early teens, they actually had a lot of issues with their coverage that was actually able to make it into the open source reporting. And so it became apparent that they did not have full 24-hour coverage for missile warning. 2 of their 3 satellites were functioning. 1 was dead and malfunctioning. And so they've been working to try to replace that constellation. Right now, they've got 4 of 6 satellites in their Tundra program currently in orbit. They're on highly elliptical orbits, and they carry secure comms payloads to be able to operate the nuclear operations and so on. Also, the Russians have a global satellite-based navigation system, kind of like GPS, they call it GLONASS, and each of those satellites carries a nuclear detonation detection payload. But other than that, that's kind of most of the information out in the open source on what the Russians are up to. The United States has been more transparent overall about the space-based components of its NC3 systems and the modernization thereof. The next generation overhead persistent infrared constellation is currently in development, and the first satellite could go up as soon as 2025. There'll be about 5 satellites total, 3 in geo, 2 in polar orbits. And then all 6 of the advanced extremely high frequency communication satellites are currently in orbit, and those are providing secure comms alongside the remaining Milstar satellites still in space. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we have our own satellites for GPS, and each of those carries a nuclear detonation detection payload. So just on that baseline of your directly space-based, directly NC3 related systems, the United States has a lot more force structure available for it, and therefore they've got more ability to resist degradation of their systems through enemy counter space operations. What's interesting here is that, of course, our approaches to space-based NC3 have varied based on the nature of our strategic deterrents, but they're also informed by the fact that the U.S. forces operate globally, doing a lot of different things on a day-to-day basis, including conventional operations. So a lot of these U.S. satellites also support conventional operations day to day. And what's interesting here is that this gap might be widening in the near future because the US is about to dramatically increase the number of satellites that it has in orbit to support conventional day-to-day operations. And that the line between the conventional and the nuclear might start to blur as the US works hard to try to integrate its command and control systems across domains. As I'm sure a lot of you on this feed have heard, DoD is developing a program called JADC2, which is Joint All-Domain Command and Control. And this is a warfighting concept to kind of summarize that. We try to connect the humans and the machines of the joint force into a massive scale battle network that's capable of delivering military effects across domains of competition from air, space, sea, land, undersea, and cyberspace. In the ideal, this would be a distributed, all-seeing, all-knowing, all-talking, all-shooting system of systems. And like the US NC3 system, the idea would be for JADC2 to be low latency, to be tolerant of failures, and to be reconfigurable in the event of degradation. So what's the relationship to NC3 with JADC2? And is there going to be a bright line that separates JADC2 systems from NC3 systems? There are two important things to note. The first is that the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in February of this year talked a bit about the relationship in an interview. And he said that JADC2, and I'm quoting here, JADC2 and NC3 are intertwined. NC3 will operate in elements of JADC2. NC3 has to inform JADC2, and JADC2 has to inform NC3. The second thing to note about this relationship is that the US, as I noted, is dramatically about to increase the amount of satellites it has supporting its operations. And there's a couple different programs that are underway across DARPA and the Space Force and the Air Force and other elements of the Department of Defense. But I'm going to focus in on Space Force's National Defense Space Architecture. So the mission of the NDSA is to support operations against mobile missile launchers and to find and track hypersonic bodies in flight. These are time-sensitive targets, and the NDSA would be able to support missile defense operations against adversaries like Russia and China, who are starting to field more of these mobile systems and hypersonic systems for conventional operations. And a lot of this mission has a lot to do with what an NC3 system is trying to do, or what an NC3 system would ideally do. You're trying to find out the disposition and posture of your adversary's nuclear forces. You're trying to detect launches, and you're trying to figure out what those missiles are doing and where they might be headed. So it's very possible that the NDSA will generate a lot of information that would be very relevant to nuclear operations. And whereas we were talking about these constellations of space-based NC3 systems that are in the tens of satellites, the NDSA might include hundreds or even thousands of satellites. And that's going to really change the calculus for US competitors as they think about the expected value of each given counter space action. Whereas you could take out a handful of American satellites with a reasonable expectation that you might be able to blind our systems or to make us deaf to an incoming attack, there are a lot more systems in orbit. The value of every given satellite has declined a bit because you've got hundreds as opposed to a handful. And that's going to have a real impact on how our adversaries perceive space, on the sorts of operations that we'll be able to integrate. And it's going to, again, have an impact on that line between the conventional and the nuclear with implications for overall strategic stability. I'll leave it at that, and I'm sure we can get more into it in the Q&A. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dave. Caitlin, I want to go to you next. You just published your paper today, I believe, this morning it came out, looking specifically at how other countries' direct ascent ASAT weapons can affect nuclear stability if they're used against some of our strategic satellite systems. Can you tell us a little bit more about your findings in that research and how you think these systems could be stabilizing or destabilizing?
Sure, thanks, Todd. I'm really excited to be here on the panel today. I think this is a really interesting conversation. As Todd mentioned, my piece was published this morning, so I forgive you if you haven't had a chance to read it yet. I will sum it up for you. Basically, I looked at how would new norms for testing space weapons affect nuclear stability or traditional deterrence? How would a direct ascent ASAT anti-satellite limit or ban either create or further destabilize nuclear and space domains? I came to these questions after our team does a lot of study on looking at counter space weapons from all of the different countries, particularly focused on China and Russia. And recently, there was a direct ascent anti-satellite weapons test from both India and Russia in the past 2 years. And this has kind of reinvigorated the conversation in the space community to talk about an international arms control agreement that limits space weapons or weapons testing, especially those that can create space debris. We just saw a week ago, if you're a space nerd like me and Todd, 2 dead objects on orbit of a former Soviet system and a rocket body from a Chinese launch system almost collide in space. And these are massive pieces on orbit the size of a car or a bus that could have created hundreds and thousands of pieces of debris, really affecting low Earth orbit and our goals, both the United States and commercial and international goals in that orbit. And so with this focus of how do we limit space debris, one easy solution seems to be let's ban testing of these types of weapons that are almost guaranteed to create some sort of physical debris. I started the piece by looking at how nuclear and space have always been kind of intertwined. The space age really emerged during the Cold War alongside the nuclear. Both pushed each other. We had the arms race, we had space race. And so often peace in space was almost assured through nuclear detente and the mutual vulnerability between the United States and the Soviet Union. Both had similar nuclear capabilities, similar space capabilities, and they were both mutually vulnerable and created arms control to ensure this vulnerability, and through that, creating a somewhat stable peace. This is obviously no longer the case, but we have to keep in mind how interwoven space, missile defense, and nuclear are. We can't ignore how they affect one another. And like Morgan said with the organizations piece, most of our missions and domains are siloed in both organizations, but also in practice. And we've heard about the failure or the difficulty of having successful joint projects. And this is an outdated way of thinking. And I hope my fellow panelists kind of agree on this, that we need to reevaluate the similarities, the connections, how these pieces are interwoven, instead of only focusing on what sets them apart. Like Morgan said, you can, by siloing domains or missions, you can really specialize in them. But it also further separates things like space from cyber, missile defense, and nuclear. So I was really struck by Morgan's piece, which sounded so familiar to a lot of my own conclusions. But in my piece, I argue that you can't decouple space from nuclear and missile defense because of how our adversaries view our mission set. Even if we view space and cyber and missile defense as all different agencies with different budget authorities, Russia and China may view them as many pieces of the same puzzle. And so in order to create a solid deterrence and to be able to think about things like a weapons limit or weapons ban for space weapons, we need to think about all of the pieces and not stovepipe ourselves into just thinking about how this could affect space, how it could affect the creation of space debris, but realize that because of our adversaries and how they view our space, missile defense, and nuclear capabilities, they might view cutting out their Earth to space, so their direct ascent ASAT weapons, as destabilizing. For them, it is possibly seen as an assurance that they can protect themselves, or they can ensure that their missiles and their nuclear weapons will be able to reach the United States, whereas the United States may have other weapons that it can rely on and therefore feels comfortable cutting out a direct ascent ASAT. And so addressing this in order to best protect our NC3, space, nuclear, missile defense, and cyber all need to come together for a joint cooperative solution. And I think, like Morgan and Dave said, it really has to come from the top down, as there's a lot of opportunity for infighting, for different levels of influence and grabbing at a budget that, as Todd will always remind me, is not going up in this climate. So we're going to have to make some hard choices.
All right. And with that, I want to go into Q&A. And Morgan, I'm going to start with you. You raised a very good point about organizational seams. And, we did just a few years ago, we had within Stratcom, we had the nuclear mission, we had space, and we had cyber. And over the past few years, we've broken all of those out into separate combatant commands of their own. One of the challenges, of course, is that both space and cyber do not just have strategic nuclear missions. On a day-to-day basis, they're, servicing all sorts of other tactical, conventional warfighting missions as well. So, how do you think about how should we organize this, right? No matter how we do it, we're going to have seams, whether it's seams on the strategic side or seams on the tactical side. Do we need to completely rethink our combatant command structure? Or, is there some happy medium that we could try to find here?
That's a big question, Todd. But I'll answer it in two ways: what we can do sort of in the short term for governance, and what we should be thinking about sort of long term. So the short-term governance question is sort of what I alluded to in my opening remarks. If we assume that we're sort of fixed with, we've got a strategic command, a cyber command, and a space command for the near term, but acknowledge that there are shared missions that fall between those organizational teams, then the focus has to be on governance of those teams. If no one is responsible for what goes on in the center, then there's no advocates for budgets, there's no advocates for the capabilities that you need for the things that fall within the team. So governance in sort of that world is, as I mentioned, governance from the top, which tends to be, it's got to be someone who has authority over all of those combatant commands and over all of the services. So you have to have leadership from the Joint Staff level and from the Office of the Secretary of Defense level. And really looking at that integrated picture and doing a couple of things. One, from the Joint Staff level, making sure that we have good concepts of operation that cross domains. And Dave sort of alluded to the work that's being done on JADC2 now. We really have to think about how are we going to operate across the cyber space and other domains, to include domains that involve nuclear weapons, right? Related to that, a Joint Staff question would be, thinking about who is in charge when operations cross domains. If we've got 3 different combatant commands, what are our support and supporting roles? Those are really important and really need to be sort of worked out. From the OSD perspective, the governance structure is really looking at governance over investments. We've done governance in the nuclear domain already, right? We have the Nuclear Weapons Council. We have an OSD CAPE where I used to work that does sort of governance of the budget across multiple portfolios. So I think you're going to need a lot of focus there for these shared missions that fall between organizational teams. A lot of sort of management from the top to make sure that everyone is playing nicely together. So that's the short-term governance answer to your question. The longer-term question, which I know is one of your favorite topics, Todd, so I'll just tee it up and then I'll let other people ask about it, is I do think there is value in having a roles and missions conversation, particularly because this is a common problem across the Department of Defense. We have organizations that have sort of their priority missions. So the Air Force is a great example, right? The Air Force loves its strategic bombers and its fighter aircraft, and everything else is sort of second tier, right? And the everything else tends to be things that support other people's missions. So your ISR, your close air support, your space, right? And that's really the reason that the Air Force under prioritizes those supporting capabilities, is because it isn't their sort of priority, what they see as their core role and mission. So if you really sort of want to change the bureaucratic dynamics, you might want to look at how you're allocating roles, missions, authorities, budgets across the entire joint force, which is a really challenging, hard problem to think about. But I think it might be worthwhile to at least think about how we can have a more optimal architecture organizationally.
So in summary, we need a new Goldwater-Nichols and a new Key West agreement. Okay, now my words, not yours.
Always useful to think about things, right? Analysis is always good.
Yes, it is. And sometimes we need to shake up how we've been organized, even if it's been for decades. Dave, I want to go to you and I want to pull on a thread. You started talking about, what people are calling these proliferated low Earth orbit constellations, right? So you got the Space Development Agency working on building out a missile sensing layer and also a data transport layer, which primarily would be focused on tactical type missions, but of course could play a part in NC3 as well. The reason they're looking at these different architectures, of course, is to make our space systems more resilient to attack. But as Caitlin pointed out in her paper, making our space system, our space component of NC3 more resilient to attack negates part of the assurance that Russia and China have that they will have a credible second strike capability against us. I wanted to just kind of get your thoughts about that and how much of a factor that should be when we're considering building out these proliferated LEO systems.
Yeah, it's certainly something that increasingly keeps me awake at night, because on one hand, as a space nerd, I'm very excited about these constellations and the potential they have. On the other hand, I am worried about those nuclear security implications, and I imagine that these things are probably keeping folks in Moscow and Beijing awake at night as they try to figure out how to compete in these domains. The gulf is expanding, and it could potentially only get wider, particularly because the United States has advantages in making launch cheaper, in producing small satellites, in drafting off some of these advancements that are taking hold in the commercial space sector as a means to quickly grow, and then in the event of counter space operations on the part of Russia and China, to quickly replenish satellites that have been lost in combat operations. I think to reference what both Morgan and Caitlin have brought up, it's going to require a more comprehensive look strategically at what we want to get out of space. This is not to say that we should hit the brakes on this stuff. Rather, it's to say that these developments need to go on in the context of a broader conversation across the interagency about what we want the future of strategic stability to look like. If we are able to negotiate a follow-on to New START, what should be the components in there? If there is a future, perhaps, as Caitlin noted, where we might be able to ban certain sorts of ASAT activities, we should be ready to have these capabilities, if not on the table, at least part of the conversation, as the things that we're willing to use as leverage, willing to use as chips to try to get to a more stable future.
And Caitlin, I want to go to you. And some of the research that we've done in our team has looked at proposals of other countries in terms of limiting anti-satellite weapons. Could you talk just a little bit about the Russia and Chinese positions when it comes to limiting ASAT weapons, and how they've kind of come together in recent years, but also what specifically are they trying to limit and what are they leaving out of their proposals, internationally.
Sure, thanks. So if you're very interested in this subject, we do have a whole report on international agreements on space weapons and defining space weaponization. But to kind of sum up a bit of it is what is there now is very vague. For internationally agreed upon treaties, the Outer Space Treaty, for example, when it comes to space weapons, really only bans placing nuclear systems on orbit or on celestial bodies. There was a little bit of space stuff in START. There's a little bit of space stuff in the Atlantic Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. But more recently, we have specific arms control like treaties just for space. And what Todd is referencing is called the PPWT, or the Prevention of the Placement of Weapons in Outer Space. And it was brought to the United Nations from China and Russia and laid out a framework for limiting the deployment of space weapons. The United States took a big issue with this, mostly because they felt that it missed a big gap in direct ascent anti-satellite weapons. When I say that, I mean a missile that's shot from Earth into space. It's kind of like your classic, what most people think of when they think of ASAT, and it directly hits a satellite or it explodes near enough to one that it totally takes it out. Totally missed this in their piece. And to me, that signals that this is a weapon that they both have and have tested, as we've noted often in our reports, that they don't want to lose, or they don't feel that they can give up. They have been unwilling to bargain with that, to agree with the United States to give up that piece of the puzzle. And I think that makes it very challenging for us to then go forward, because for the United States to limit itself, it also wants to, we want to feel like China and Russia are limiting themselves. To create arms control, you have to be able to be willing to give something up. Otherwise, there's no control. You're just going to keep building and building. And so that's kind of what we've seen in the past decade or so. I'm hopeful that there are some renewed talks. Perhaps it hinges on waiting for Russia and China to catch up with their own counter space arsenals, that they feel more assured in the success of their counter space capabilities, that they can give up a direct ascent ASAT weapon. It's a scary thought, but that's kind of how it worked with arms control in the nuclear age, is that we had to have some sort of parity to be able to give up something else. So that's kind of where I see this sitting in the United Nations right now.
And one of the questions seeing here from the audience is about the United States cooperating on space systems with some of our partners and allies. So partnering like we have done with Advanced EHF, we've partnered with some of our closest allies in building out that system, and it's part of our nuclear command and control. Jump ball question here for whoever wants to jump on it. What are the prospects for further cooperation with more allies and partners around the world on these space systems that have this dual strategic tactical use? And what are some of the implications of having these multinational systems in terms of nuclear stability?
I would just start with,
okay, go ahead.
Morgan, go ahead.
You go. Okay, I just have a quick response. I think Caitlin's will probably be better than mine, but I was going to say, sort of to build off of what Dave was talking about with proliferated architectures. I think if you, there are more opportunities if you change your technical architecture. So if you disaggregate more, if you have more satellites, you create more opportunities for partners to plug in. That's sort of the traditional partnering approach, is modularize your architecture, everyone gets a module. And so I think if we are transitioning towards this more proliferated approach to overhead architectures, there's more opportunities for partners to get involved.
Caitlin.
I completely agree. I think as we look towards proliferated systems as a way to protect ourselves, it also gives us great opportunity for further international collaboration and cooperation. Recently, in the past 5 years, I think we've seen a reinvigoration of our allies to focus and invest in space. And we've seen that maybe led by the United States and our declaration of space as a warfighting domain, declaring a space force. But we've seen the United Kingdom, France, our other European allies, Australia, all kind of, and in Japan, all kind of reinvigorating and rethinking their own national security space structures and architectures. And like many other international collaborations, I think finding those niches and those places where our allies can really be a good support and plug into our systems, or we're plugging into theirs, is the way to go instead of creating duplicative efforts.
Dave?
I agree with Morgan and Caitlin on all of that. I'd also add that from the standpoint of command and control and where things are headed with JADC2 and these other distributed systems, the idea is that the warfighters and the machines, the munitions, the platforms, et cetera, would be totally agnostic as to the origin of information that shows up for them that they can leverage. So for example, if you're a warfighter and you're looking at your scope and you have a dot pop up that says there's a target over here, your interface is agnostic as to if that came from a satellite, if that came from an aircraft, if that came from a ship, et cetera. All that matters to you is that a target has been located and you might be able to act on it. And in that sense, we have to hope, it's going to be a very difficult lift to get to that future from the US standpoint in general, but we have to make sure that we bring our allies and partners along with us, so that as we start to add these systems, like these proliferated space architectures, as we start to add these other ground, sea, cyberspace, et cetera, based systems for surveilling the battle space, that we're able to share that information seamlessly and again, agnostically, so it can be leveraged for operations.
All right, I want to ask another question, get each of your views on disaggregation of some of our nuclear command and control capabilities. And so in particular, the Air Force, the Space Force now is actually moving out on a plan to recapitalize our current constellation of protected satellite communication system, advanced EHF. The replacement is going to be a disaggregated system where we have a separate system for strategic protected comms, as well as a system which could be hosted payloads or other systems for tactical protected SATCOM. So we're separating the strategic and tactical missions. Now, that's something that's been hotly debated within the military space world for about a decade. Since the cancellation of the transformational SATCOM program, they've been debating how do we make the next generation system more resilient. They have decided to move out on disaggregating the strategic and tactical missions. But it's still a debate about whether that makes the strategic systems safer or makes the tactical systems more vulnerable, more easy for a country to want to attack. I want to kind of get each of your thoughts on that, of the relative benefits of disaggregation in terms of how other countries might view or how it might change their willingness to attack these systems. So how about Morgan? I'll start with you.
Sure. So I guess the first thing to start off with disaggregation is to think about it from sort of a management perspective within the Space Force. So I think if the Space Force is looking to disaggregate the strategic and tactical payloads on AEHF, the other thing that they have to look to disaggregate is the organizations that manage those things, to actually manage these things as separate programs of record, so that one no longer delays another. Again, I'm always interested in sort of this interaction between technical architectures and organizational architectures. So I think if you disaggregate the technical architecture, you have two separate program offices. So that's thing one. Thing two, to your point of does disaggregating actually make things more vulnerable? I think there are a couple ways to, the answer of course is yes and no, right? When you disaggregate capabilities, you make the design space a little bit, you open up design space for engineers, right? When you have to put two payloads onto a single spacecraft, and they have very different requirements, that makes the satellite very complex, and it sort of drives your satellite into a very challenging part of the design space. When you disaggregate those things, you've got two simpler systems, which opens up some capability and potentially some mass on the satellite to do individual jobs better. So that might create opportunities to engineer better systems, to execute better missions, or make things more resilient. I do think it opens up interesting questions about if you disaggregate the two capabilities, are the tactical systems more likely to be targeted then? Because you sort of, there's potentially less escalation risk if you target a tactical system versus the strategic system. So, which could be a good or a bad thing, right? It allows you to protect those strategic systems while opening up new vulnerabilities in the tactical one. So I think it's a challenging answer. You open up risks and opportunities in multiple dimensions. But I think that's a good thing. It creates more dimensions to respond and to think creatively about different threats.
All right, Dave, what are your thoughts on how this could affect the strategic calculus?
Yeah, so it comes down to a couple things. On one hand, there's a question of how much transparency that would enable us to engage in, and then therefore whether or not that transparency is something that we would see to our advantage. So for example, if we wanted to disaggregate tactical from strategic, how much would we like to signal to our adversaries which of these satellites are tactical and which of them are strategic, with the hope that perhaps we could preserve those strategic satellites and have them be effectively fenced off from attack in the event that we're in a tactical and conventional conflict with one of our competitor adversaries. When it comes to how to actually execute this operationally, you have to think also about how we'd like to signal the impact of the adversary's efforts to try to disrupt, deny, degrade, and destroy those systems. So would we be able to have a large enough tactical constellation such that it becomes cost ineffective to try to take out every single satellite? Would we have so many satellites that it's difficult to jam them from the ground anyway, and we'll be able to still get signals to our forces? If in the event that space-based component is no longer operable, can we demonstrate that we have other ways to maintain connectivity with our forces, with our weapons, with our platforms, and so on? This is going to be kind of a new area for us to operate in if we decide to go that route. And it makes me think about some of the concerns that we have when we look at how, for example, China treats its mobile missile force. From space, a mobile missile carrying a nuclear payload looks like a mobile missile launcher carrying a conventional payload. And so there are questions there that planners and decision makers have to think about if in the event of combat operations, we wanted to try to destroy that missile launcher. And those are questions, if we decided to do this disaggregation, that we would kind of put back to China. And so we'd have to think about how that kind of fits with our broader strategic culture, and how we regard our ability to gain advantage.
And Caitlin, do you have some thoughts you want to share about that?
Well, I feel like both Dave and Morgan kind of took the words right out of my mouth, but to build off of Dave's kind of last point of understanding and we're trying to understand how the adversary might act towards us versus how we might act on them. We, the Aerospace Security Project, have run a few tabletop wargaming scenario exercises where we've looked at this question of would an adversary be more or less likely to attack a system that they're not sure if it is strategic or tactical? for me, the answer is probably not. I don't see a space war happening just in space. If there is a war that affects space, it's because something is happening. There's greater conflict on Earth. And so taking in that we're not acting in a silo, we're not acting by ourselves in space or only in space, contributes a lot more factors. So I think, to move forward with splitting the strategic and tactical systems, we have to look at our transparency, our communication and signaling, as Dave said, to make sure that we've set clear thresholds of what we consider an attack or what we might do if such a system was attacked. That way our adversaries understand where our red lines are and what how we might respond. But I did really like Morgan's point as well, and is that these proliferated tactical systems could give a lot more opportunity for creativity or for more resiliency built into the system that might make it harder to attack than our combined, entangled strategic tactical systems that we have today.
All right, so I want to look in, scanning over the questions from the audience here. There are several questions that deal with the weaponization of space. And so let's dig into that a bit more. And one of the things that's out there, we see other countries doing, is starting to talk more openly about developing and deploying defensive counter space systems in space. So that is a satellite that's designed to thwart an attack, like a direct descent ASAT weapon, or a system that could be built onto a satellite that can help protect it, either by kinetic means, by shooting at a projectile, or by non-kinetic means, by jamming the sensors or blinding the sensors on an incoming ASAT warhead. But when you talk about these defensive systems, it starts to become a slippery slope between what's a defensive system and what could be used in an offensive role. And so I wanted to, kind of get each of your thoughts on that. Do you think, the impending deployment, at least by other countries like France, they've talked about this openly, of defensive counter space weapons, do you think that that is going to change the strategic calculus and change the way people think about the weaponization of space? So Morgan, I'll start with you on this one.
So this is a really interesting question, particularly if you widen the aperture a little bit to not just think about space, but to think about how other bureaucracies in the U.S. government, like one of the bureaucracies that I mentioned in my opening remarks, is dealing with this question of defending forward. So essentially what you've described is stopping an attack at its source, right? So this is a new concept of operation that Cyber Command has really put forward in the last couple of years. This idea that they are going to defend forward. Instead of sort of passively defending networks, which in cyber you might passively defend networks by hardening your networks or monitoring your networks, similar to in space, you might passively defend your architectures by disaggregating them. Instead of sort of focusing on just that passive defense, Cyber Command said, in addition to that, we're also going to be doing defending forward. We're going to be stopping attacks at their source. We're going to create that option to do that. And so this is a new shift in Cyber Command strategy over the last couple of years. And I think there are still really open questions what the escalation risks are with that shift. And sort of how that strategy fits in sort of with a broader whole of government strategy to deterring these actions in sort of sub-threshold gray zone competition, and whether it even is possible to deter actions sort of in the sub-threshold, below the threshold of armed conflict place, which is where Cyber Command is operating in their defend forward strategy. Might be a little bit different in space. So I have no good answers for space, but I can at least tell you that it seems like in the cyber domain, they're grappling with similar questions about what are the escalatory risks for trying to defend by stopping attacks before they start. And I don't think we have good answers in cyber yet. So we might want to look to the cyber domain, at least for some initial lessons learned as we think about these questions in space.
Dave, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, just a couple. One of the things I think about is, I guess, it'll be important to figure out what the systems actually look like. If we're talking about systems on each individual satellite, giving them a capability for self-defense, or if we're talking about starting to use other satellites with missions that are exclusively for providing defense of other satellites. In both cases, you're going to have to think a lot about how you want to balance your desire to keep your satellites operating, to keep your satellites alive, with your desire to most efficiently use the money and the resources that you have at hand. And with respect to money, of course, there's just the cost of launch, there's the cost of maintaining and operating things, and then with respect to resources, there's the actual form factor of the satellites in question. If you have a given payload that you're able to loft into space, you have to balance a desire to have that satellite performance mission, and then to use some of that weight, some of that form factor to provide this self-defensive mission. So there's a lot to think about there. I'd also add that that were the U.S. to go down this path, although these systems would be defensive in nature, there are some dual use possibilities. The United States has demonstrated in the last couple of years some abilities to use robotic satellites in orbit to attach to other satellites. We've been doing different kinds of maneuvers. We've shown that we can perform maintenance in orbit. We've shown that we can refuel satellites in orbit. There are all sorts of things you can do, but each of these activities can be flipped on its head and turned into an activity that could hurt another satellite. So I imagine that Russia and China would probably cry foul if the United States was starting to develop these capabilities. It would certainly make the discussions about the PPWT treaty that Caitlin mentioned earlier a lot more interesting if that was a factor as well.
Yeah, and Caitlin, I want to get your thoughts on this question of offensive versus defensive counter space capabilities, but also I do see a question here from the audience I'd like you to address at the same time about what is the level of the threat, anti-satellite threat that we're seeing from Russia and China, and can they really threaten these NC3 space systems?
Sure. So I'm going to start with the first part and complain that I think I should go first next time on a space question because Dave and Morgan keep saying all the smart things before I can. I agree. I think we saw recently Russia test such a system when they fired a projectile from a satellite. I mean, this could be taken as you said, as a defensive measure against another satellite, coming at it, maybe against space debris, perhaps against a, direct ascent ASAT weapon. But Space Command decried the test and said, this is a space weapon, right? So we are getting into this complicated dual use system. I think it's really interesting that cyber is also thinking about this defending forward aspect of how do we protect immediately or pre-protect. And I think what also comes to mind is not just a kinetic effect or a projectile, but also putting a jamming system on a satellite so that if another satellite gets too close, you could then jam its communications until it maneuvers away, or that same satellite with the same jamming system could maneuver close to a different satellite and jam its communication systems. I mean, there's just no way to verify or regulate intent versus regulating the technology. And so that's a big challenge that the space community is addressing. And by perhaps creating other sort of norms of behavior, you can protect against some of this stuff. So one that's very popular is like a keep out zone. Don't come in within X amount of kilometers of my satellite. Otherwise, I'll think that you're doing something nefarious. This was very widely talked about when a Russian satellite, Luch, was maneuvering around the geo belt and nuzzling up pretty close to a French-Italian satellite, and the French really didn't like that. but to get to the second question of what it really is the threat of space weapons today, I think it is real. Like I said earlier, I don't believe we'll see kinetic conflict, big kinetic conflict or counter space actions without a conflict on Earth. War is politics, by another name. And so therefore, I think we're a little secured in that. But what has really concerned me over the past few years is seeing how China and Russia are normalizing using counter space weapons like jamming in not only gray zone areas of conflict, but just in times of peace. A favorite story that came out of our space threat assessment last year was that Putin travels with his own spoofing jamming system. I mean, he travel, like his motorcade has one of these to protect him, to mess up the GPS and communications in the area so that the president is protected. This is still a counter space weapon. It's just being used differently than in, outright conflict with the United States or someone else. So I do think, our NC3 system is better protected than many satellites. We are very careful about protecting these strategic systems for good reason. But it is a growing concern. And actually, I'm going to plug our new paper that Todd and I and our colleague McKenna are working on is this question of how do we defend against space threats? So we are looking at possible defenses, possible architectures, carrying on this conversation of looking towards how the United States can possibly look forward, whether that is offensive or defensive. And hopefully that'll come out by the end of the year or early 2021. So,
fingers crossed.
Todd, if you don't mind, could I throw in one more thing?
Yeah.
On that, to follow from Caitlin's point, there's some great research that I've been reading in the last week from Aerospace Corporation, from Dr. Rebecca Riesman. She has a great paper out on the physics of space warfare, and I think the person with the question might find some interesting points in there. I just want to note that one of the critical things that she brings up is that space warfare operations will not look like what we've kind of been trained to expect from Hollywood and Star Wars and Star Trek, et cetera. It's a relatively slow process that needs to be planned well in advance. Satellites move very quickly through space, but they also maneuver very slowly within space. And so, for example, when it comes to ASAT systems that are direct descent, it might take minutes to reach a satellite in low Earth orbit. It might take hours to reach a satellite in GEO. So in that context, especially when we're talking about NC3, when you're talking about hours to take out a target, that's a relative eternity compared to the flight time for an ICBM or an SLBM. But anyway, I just wanted to throw out that Rebecca Riesman from Aerospace Corporation has a great paper that they might find interesting.
Yeah, and part of that time delay of acting over such long distances in space, I think leads countries to focus relatively more on non-kinetic forms of attack, things jamming and lasing that travel at the speed of light, that can actually happen much more quickly. All right, so I can't let the discussion go on much longer without addressing one of the elephants in the room that has come up a bit. It's the budget pressures that DoD is facing, right? So right now, not only are we in the midst of trying to modernize all three legs of the nuclear triad, we also have to modernize our NC3 systems. And by the way, there's a few other modernization programs going on outside of nuclear weapons. I mean, if you just look at the Air Force trying to buy the F-35, the B-21, the KC-46, a new trainer, new helicopters. Oh yeah, new ICBMs, part of that. We have massive, modernization programs that are either beginning or are ramping up right now. So we're looking at this huge modernization bow wave in terms of the budget in the 2020s. And yet here we are, we're running, this past year, we ran more than a $3 trillion deficit in the overall federal budget. We're likely to run a $2 trillion deficit in 2021. We're in the midst of a pandemic and economic recession. And you hear people more and more, even senior military leaders within DoD, talking about a declining defense budget, that we are going to experience more and more downward pressure on the defense budget. And while it's not, nothing is ever certain when it comes to political decisions like this, I want to get each of your thoughts on what are some of the NC3 programs and space programs in particular that may be vulnerable and a downward budget trajectory over the next few years. And so, Caitlin, you wanted to go first. This one's you. You get to go first this time.
The space question, I wanted to go first. I feel like you asking this question is totally unfair. You know, the defense budget guru of Washington, D.C. So maybe at the end you could tell us what you think, Todd.
Sure.
But in following space for a few years and looking at the legacy space systems that are out there that will need to be rebuilt in the next few years, that is this budget pressure. And the Space Force is this new service, relatively untested. It's not even been around for a year yet. And part of the reason of why it was stood up was to have independent budget authority, to be able to use its budget as it sees to push forward some of these programs. However, their budget is, pennies in the bucket compared to some others as well. And the Congress, when in creating the Space Force and the NDAA last year, was very concerned about overspending and making sure that it became, the Space Force standing up was relatively budget neutral, is the term that they like to use. So I think when you look at all of these concerns, I obviously am biased. Like, I prioritize space. I think cyber is really important as well. These kind of systems and skills that can be used in many domains and in many types of conflict as we look forward. I would prioritize, smarter. But I'm not a budget guru, so I don't quite know.
All right, Dave, do you have any thoughts on things that might be at risk in a budget downturn?
Sure. I imagine with respect to space and NC3, things probably most at risk are going to be the replenishment and replacement and recapitalization of space-based NC3 satellites, especially the really big ones. If it becomes clear that we have an ability to start offloading these missions and shifting the burden onto new and different kinds of satellite constellations that might be larger but cheaper with each individual unit, there might be a push for that. But that also brings with it some risks. You're going to have difficulties in having the right size weight factor to be able to harden them against radiation, for example. I also agree with Caitlin's other point that in general the focus of where we should be dedicating our money needs to be on that nexus of space, cyber, and nuclear, because they're so closely interrelated. And when it comes to the nuclear mission set, it's so highly impactful, so highly consequential, and has a very low tolerance for failure. That of the things out there, that's one of the things we need to get right, particularly because at least in the nuclear realm, there's always this possibility that things can escalate quickly in a way that you would not want to get wrong. Whereas there might be more tolerance for failure and fault in other kinds of conventional operations. And so I guess I'm also a bit biased, but I'd much rather see some of those other more conventionally biased recapitalization programs on the chopping block before this stuff.
Morgan, what are your thoughts on what programs might be vulnerable?
So I think, I'll iterate what I said at the beginning, is that there are risks where there are seams in organizations. So you're less vulnerable if you have if you have a dedicated budget and you have an advocate for a particular capability, because you've got someone at the table who's pounding their fist on the table asking for money. If you don't have that, you're always at risk of being on the chopping block. Within the space community, sort of my favorite sad shared mission are the weather satellites. No one talks about the weather satellites. I did a dissertation that looked just at the weather satellites, so I love them. But they're like the classic shared mission Going all the way back to literally 1993, DoD was trying to share the mission of collecting weather data from low Earth orbit with NOAA and NASA, and it completely failed. I mean, the program was canceled, and it had a McCurdy and blah blah blah. But we still, I don't think, have a really good plan for what are we doing next with weather. The Space Force, I think, is still trying to figure things out. But it's a shared mission. So there are, NASA wants to figure things out as well, as does NOAA. So the more that these missions are shared, the more likely that they'll end up on the chopping block, because there isn't someone at the table really being their advocate. So I think in the space community, stuff like that, particularly things like weather satellites, is probably at greatest risk.
Yeah, I mean, just chiming in my 2 cents on this, I'm looking at space acquisitions right now. It seems to be on 2 parallel tracks. One track is building the next generation of existing systems. So building the next generation missile warning, next generation of GPS, et cetera, et cetera. The exception, of course, is weather, where we don't know what we're doing for the next generation. It's been in fits and starts for a long time now. Start a new program, cancel it, start another new program. So maybe that is the trajectory, just keep starting and stopping. But in all seriousness, like a lot of our main existing space missions, we've got programs to build the next generation of them. And then in parallel to that, you've got what the Space Development Agency is doing. And they are building whole new architectures that really address some new mission areas in space, doing things in space we haven't done before, and doing it in a completely different architecture. And I think in a down budget environment, I think that's at risk of, can we actually, or will we be willing to continue to fund 2 parallel tracks of space modernization like this? And Morgan, to your point about organizational seams, you've got the SDA right now is organized under OSD, and by law, it's supposed to transition within a couple of years to the Space Force. So it's kind of caught in this nebulous position of, it's one place now, it's supposed to go to another place in the future. We don't know exactly when or how or where it's going to fit into that. And of course, you've got the Department of the Air Force, civilian leadership resisting that move, altogether. So I think that there's a lot at risk when it comes to what the SDA is talking about doing. So that's going to be one of the things I'm looking for when the next budget request comes out, is, does the SDA, even though its funding is pretty small right now, does it maintain its funding wedge out there in the 5-year budget projection? Because that'll be an indication of, are they keeping some internal support for what they're doing during this transition period. Just final thoughts from any of you on the panel, thinking through about, how a change in administration, if we have a change in administration coming up, and a change in nuclear posture and planning, any thoughts about how that might affect some of these next generation programs for NC3? Jump ball question there, so feel free to jump in.
I guess I would just throw in, if there is a change in administration, given Vice President Biden's longstanding interest in strategic arms control, and his interest in nonproliferation, and the role that he played during the Obama administration in pushing forward Obama's PROG agenda, there's certainly a possibility that this next administration would re-engage pretty hard on broader strategic arms control. It's my hope that they relook the most recent nuclear posture review with a particular eye towards NC3 to start answering some of these questions that we were looking at today. I imagine that one of the first things that'll happen on that front will be to re-engage with the Russians on New START, to set aside, at least for now, the hope for trilateral talks with the Chinese as well, and to see what can be done and what can be negotiated upon as far as the future of NC3 in space.
Forgot to unmute. Any other final comments? I see our time is almost up here. Caitlin?
Yeah, I would just jump in that one thing that the Trump administration has done very well is kind of a whole of government effort focusing on space. They've released several space directives, space policies that have been beneficial. They have been focusing on reform with the FAA and its launch regulations. They've been focusing on moving some stuff into the Department of Commerce. NASA is very, I think very publicly strong right now as it pushes for the moon. I think regardless of the next administration, you have to continue this whole of government effort. And so I would hope that if a new administration comes in, that they don't discredit all that happened in this past 4 years because it was a different administration. And then I would just say my last point, which is totally unrelated, is that someone needs to submit Dave to Room Raider because his background is so on point.
I love it. Okay, that'll be the final word for this. I want to thank you, Dave and Morgan and Caitlin, for joining us for this panel discussion. It was a fascinating discussion we had today. Thank you all for participating in this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back for our third, final, and in my opinion, best panel of the day, of course. And we are, I don't know how many months now into the pandemic and Zooms, and I swear our toddlers have figured out how to time their tantrums by when your turn it is to speak on the Zoom conference. So apologies in advance if you hear some yelling and screaming upstairs. That's just the environment we live in now. So again, welcome. Our topic is surveillance and situational awareness and implications of those technologies for deterrence and escalation management. We're privileged to be joined by three people who have thought about these issues deeply and or have actively worked these topics in prior lives within government. Among the questions we've asked our panelists to address today are, what are the potential benefits and risks of new surveillance capabilities for escalation management under a nuclear shadow? How might real-time situational awareness capabilities counter both subconventional gray zone aggression and conventional preemptive attack? And is the evolution of situational awareness technologies eroding or bolstering deterrence? So now let me introduce our panelists. We have with us today Rebecca Hersman. Rebecca is the director of the Project on Nuclear Issues and senior advisor with the International Security Program at CSIS. She has authored numerous studies and reports on nuclear and chemical weapons policy, emerging technologies, and strategic stability and crisis management and decision-making, including, of course, under the nuclear shadow, situational awareness, technology, and crisis decision-making, which is quite relevant for our topic today. She also chairs the CSIS US, UK, France Trilateral Dialogue on Nuclear Issues. Before coming to CSIS, Rebecca served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction, where she led DoD policy and strategy to prevent WMD proliferation, use, and eliminate WMD risks, and played leadership roles on a lot of important developments during that time. And prior to joining DoD, Rebecca was a senior research fellow with the Center for the Study of Weapons of Mass Destruction at the National Defense University from 1998 to 2009. Also joining us is Dr. Tom Mencken. Dr. Mencken is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessments. He is also a senior researcher, senior research professor at the Philip Merrill Center for Strategic Studies at SAIS. He's authored numerous studies on defense technology, development and competition, and most recently the role of unmanned aerial systems in great power competition. He served as a member of the congressionally mandated National Defense Strategy Commission, and previously he was Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Policy Planning from 2006 to 2009, where he helped craft the 2006 Quadrennial Defense Review and 2008 National Defense Strategy, among many other achievements, and he's received numerous awards for his efforts within government. And then finally, Dr. Daryl Press. Dr. Press is an associate professor of government at Dartmouth College, where his research and teaching focuses on US national security policy, the changing global balance of power, the evolution of technology and warfare, and the future of deterrence. He has also consulted for the Department of Defense for more than 2 decades, and he's a member of the US State Department's Historical Advisory Committee. And he's published in leading academic journals, including International Security and American Political Science Review. He is also the author of Calculating Credibility, How Leaders Assess Military Threats, and of course, more recently, The Myth of the Nuclear Revolution, Power Politics and the Atomic Age. And of course, the international security article, The New Air Counterforce. Both of those were with Kier Lieber. And so with those introductions, without any further delays, I will turn it over to Dr. Tom Mencken, who is going to lead us off in our discussion. So Tom, over to you.
Great, thanks very much. And it's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. And this is a wonderful topic. It's a wonderfully broad topic. So in my limited time and my remarks, I'm just gonna address one portion of it. And that is the use of persistent surveillance to counter so-called gray zone aggression or opportunistic acts of aggression. Because clearly one of the most significant challenges that the United States and our allies face is the need to prevent opportunistic acts of aggression, and first and foremost from China and Russia. Moscow and Beijing have both used subconventional gray zone aggression to erode international norms, to undermine the rules-based order and shift the balance of power in their favor, all while seeking to avoid open conflict with the United States and its allies. And certainly both the Russian military and the Chinese militaries are also developing the ability to launch aggression rapidly against states on their periphery under the cover of increasingly capable defenses in an effort to achieve a fait accompli. And both the US and our allies are poorly configured to meet this challenge, which requires long duration monitoring rather than episodic coverage. Most information gathering platforms, such as satellites and manned aircraft, at least to date, have been scarce, expensive, and can provide only periodic coverage. And their scarcity and their expense further reinforces a tendency to underinvest in them and breeds a reluctance to put them in harm's way. So what we've been arguing in our work is that the United States and its allies need to rely more on capabilities that are less expensive, have greater persistence, and pose less risk if lost. Equally important, we need to develop new concepts of operations and organizations to employ them effectively. And in this case, the solution may not involve fielding exotic new capabilities as much as employing the capabilities that we already have in innovative ways. We also argue in favor of approaches that will allow allies and partners to participate fully in these efforts. And we already are behind in adapting to these challenges, and our concern is if we don't adapt, we're likely to find ourselves on the wrong end of aggression and surprised by adversaries. So animating our recent work is this concept of deterrence by detection. And we argue that this concept offers a promising approach to meeting the challenge of gray zone aggression and opportunistic aggression. The logic that underpins it is pretty commonsensical, and it should be familiar to parents and to policemen alike. And it's the notion that potential transgressors are less likely to act if they know that they're being watched. I could discuss at great length its applicability in my household, but I trust for many of you, you've either been on the receiving end of it or the delivering end of it as well. But specifically in this application, the concept rests on the premise that adversaries are less likely to commit opportunistic acts of aggression if they know they're being watched constantly and that their acts can be publicized widely. And furthermore, the types of steps that they would have to take to counter this persistent surveillance would be some pretty definitive signals of aggression, and would be really the precursor to collective action to respond to it. Now, in a way, what we're talking about is not new. Beginning in the 1990s, military analysts such as Admiral William Owens argued that improvements in sensor and communication technology would produce what he termed dominant battle space knowledge. As Owens wrote 20 years ago in 2000, quote, by 2010, the US military will be able to see virtually everything of military significance within a 200 by 200 mile box, was his framework, in all weather conditions and regardless of terrain. More important, the US military commander will understand what he sees. Now, I mean, that may have been a reach in 2000. It's not a reach in 2020. Until now, real-time situational awareness was not available due to limited surveillance assets, lack of persistence, cost, absence of communications, and limitations of data processing. Today, the means to provide round-the-clock situational awareness exist in the form of proliferated sensors backed by communications networks and data analytics. Indeed, today, the ability to generate and maintain situational awareness and deny the same to an adversary is at the core of strategic and operational effectiveness. So what we argue is that to make this concept real, we need an intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance network composed of systems that are cost-effective, persistent, and interoperable with a broad array of allies and partners. Any such network would include a variety of systems, including manned, air, sea, and ground platforms, space assets, and cyber capabilities. But we've focused in particular, at least in the first part of our work, on the role of unmanned aerial systems, and particularly non-stealthy, quote unquote, legacy UASs, such as the MQ-9 Reaper and the RQ-4 Global Hawk. It's you know, in some ways what we talk about challenges the conventional wisdom, right? Because conventional wisdom is these are platforms primarily for counterterrorism, and they're non-stealthy, so they're less survivable than other platforms in contested or highly contested environments. That's true, but actually it's part of the point when it comes to this concept of deterrence by detection. Certainly any conflict between the United States and its allies on the one hand and Russia or China on the other would likely result in a highly lethal and contested warfighting environment. But since the aircraft that we're talking about would primarily function before the outbreak of major hostilities, they could be non-stealthy and effective. In fact, their very visibility represents a key attribute of bolstering deterrence. It's not just the ability to monitor, but for the party being monitored to know that they're being monitored. So what type of a network are we talking about here? And I'll just kind of conclude with kind of 4 attributes that we think are particularly valuable in realizing this architecture. The first is visibility. Visibility is a key attribute of platforms in an ISR network designed to deter opportunistic aggression. Whereas there are many cases where it makes sense for ISR assets to operate covertly, right, to monitor the development of new weapons, for example, all sorts of reasons. In this case, there's value to being overt. It's important for adversaries to know that they're being observed. And watching the watchers would consume an adversary's resources and could distract from other less visible surveillance operations as well. So potentially it's a twofer. The fact that ISR aircraft are visible means that they're vulnerable, and this vulnerability is also a valuable attribute. On the one hand, it offers an adversary the opportunity to attack the nodes of the network. On the other hand, doing so would shift the onus of escalation onto the adversary. Attacking the network would be a concrete sign of aggressive intent, and it would also be possible to build a self-defense capability into ISR systems, whether electronic warfare capabilities or active defense. And in any event, the cost trends are towards less and less expensive nodes in this network. So even losing some of them wouldn't lead to the network's collapse. So we have visibility. Second, is ubiquitousness, right? Maintaining ubiquitous presence is another key attribute of such a network. Whereas there are many cases that it makes sense for ISR assets to operate unpredictably to catch an adversary unaware, deterring through the threat of detection requires that a competitor have high confidence that they're being observed. This implies that the ISR network would be composed of many rather than few ISR nodes. And to get to my previous point, proliferating ISR assets will ensure that the loss of one or a few aircraft or nodes would not cause the network to fail. Third, for an ISR network to provide the sort of ever-present visible coverage needed to implement this idea of deterrence by detection, individual nodes need to be affordable, right? So, and that this also favors UAS over manned aircraft and even kind of present satellites under many circumstances. Finally, and kind of returning and concluding on with the political dimension, the argument in favor of including US allies and partners in such a network is strong. It makes sense for the United States to seek new ways of reassuring its allies and friends and generating collective responses to crisis and aggression. So an ISR network represents a promising approach to do just that. Many US allies have already begun to purchase ISR assets of their own, including manned aircraft, UAS, and even in some cases, satellites. And it makes sense to pool these resources. And again, to be able to share that information very broadly. So here, I think we're also talking about probably a network of systems kind of quite apart from national surveillance means to allow the information to be shared widely. So what we have to offer is not a panacea, but it's meant as a point of departure to deal with this challenge of gray zone aggression and the prospect of the fait accompli, opportunistic aggression. And we think that it's certainly feasible, and we also think it's affordable. I'm happy to talk about any of the dimensions of that in Q&A. But for now, I'll leave it and look forward to the discussion that follows. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. That's a great way to kick this off, is sort of focusing on that gray zone part of it. So with that, I will turn it over to Daryl Press.
Hey, thank you. Eric, can you hear me? Am I coming through?
Yep, we can hear you.
Excellent. Well, let me start by thanking Eric, thanking Rebecca, thanking CSIS. This really is a terrific conference. I've had the chance of reading most of the report already that you guys are highlighting, and it's really, really helpful work. So thank you guys for pushing this along and hosting this great conference. Let me give a few thoughts summarizing some recent work I did on this, and then also maybe pushing it a little further. And my overall argument is one I've made before, but let me kind of make it hopefully in a more pithy way right here. And the overall argument is to say that the vast improvements in remote sensing that were made over the past 2.5 decades, and which are coming, are leading to great increases in situational awareness in the battlefield, in wartime, and likely in peacetime as well. And the consequence is, among other things, a very different nuclear deterrence environment. Now, different is not that precise a word. In many ways, it's a more dangerous and complicated and fraught deterrence environment. In a couple ways, it could strengthen deterrence as well. But it is a different environment, and it poses different problems for the United States and its allies. Okay, let me go through the key pieces of this argument in turn. First of all, why do improvements in remote sensing and situational awareness lead to new challenges for deterrence? Back to 101, nuclear deterrence rests on the threat to respond to certain actions with some sort of nuclear retaliatory strikes. At its core, therefore, a deterrent force must be largely immune to attack. As I think it was Tom Schelling who pointed out, a deterrent force which itself is vulnerable to destruction will cease being a fine deterrent and instead become a nice target. So survivability of nuclear arsenals is a foundation mission for nuclear deterrence. Throughout the nuclear age, countries adopted 3 generic strategies for protecting their nuclear forces from disarming attacks: hardening, concealment, and redundancy. And let me explain what I mean by each of these. Hardening does not mean making one's forces impervious to attack. It means making them more difficult to attack, and therefore, in a probabilistic sense, reducing the likely effectiveness attacks against them. And if you have a large force, therefore increasing the number of weapons that will survive. The principal way the United States and the Soviet Union in the Cold War hardened their forces were putting ICBMs in hardened silos, putting bombs at bomber bases into hardened bunkers, these sorts of things. That's number one. Number two, concealment. Concealment could mean camouflage, and countries still use some camouflage on some nuclear sites. Typically, what we mean by concealment is just making your nuclear forces or delivery systems more difficult to find. And that's typically today done through mobility, either with land-based mobile missile systems or submarines at sea, or it can be done with surface ships, et cetera. Lastly, redundancy. If you go back to the bad old days of the Cold War, every aspect of the superpowers' nuclear forces were redundant in the numbers, in the peacetime deployments, in the types of delivery systems, even in the design of the warheads, in the command and control links, et cetera. And you put all those three things together, and what it does is it creates a lot of certainty in the system, where parts of the system could be wiped out, parts of the system could simply not function, and still it will be virtually impossible to completely disarm the adversary, therefore deterrence. Okay. The reality is that hardening and redundancy are playing a smaller and smaller role in the world's nuclear arsenals today than they ever have in the past, and it's likely that that role will continue to shrink. Why is that? Well, the accuracy revolution in conventional forces and in nuclear forces basically obviates hardening. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'll say it greatly reduces the value of hardening. It's hard to imagine this. Tom, at least, is roughly my age and will remember that not that long ago, even very large yield nuclear weapons could not reliably destroy missile silos. And then by 1990, large yield nuclear weapons could because of accuracy. And today, now even small yield nuclear weapons can. And we're pushing up to the era in which even conventional weapons will soon be able to reliably destroy hardened targets. So the logic of hardening still applies. There are sites that you might want to bury or protect, but it's carrying less of the load in nuclear deterrence. Same thing with redundancy, partly because of budget constraints that Kath Hicks and others on her terrific panel talked about, partly because of arms control deals and hopes for a less nuclear future. The United States, then the Soviet Union, now Russia, and other countries too have vastly reduced their nuclear arsenals. That may have been a good thing, but one of the consequences is that the target sets that would have to be destroyed to disarm a country, even a major nuclear country, have shrunk vastly, and the amounts of redundancy in the system have dropped dramatically. As a result, with hardening being weaker, redundancy being thinner, the countries around the world with nuclear weapons have done the logical thing and relied increasingly on mobility. The United States, for the cornerstone of its survivable nuclear arsenal, relies heavily on its deployed submarines. The UK relies obviously exclusively on submarines, Russia, submarines and mobile missiles, China, mobile missiles, maybe submarines, though I don't take those very seriously yet. North Korea, mobile missiles. The point being is nuclear forces have become concealed nuclear forces because the other two strategies are weakening over time. What does this mean? Well, that's where remote sensing comes in. It means that survivability rests increasingly on this question of what can I hide and what can you find? That's the question that underpins the survivability and the surety of nuclear deterrence. Okay, so that was number one. Why is a remote sensing revolution changing this? I'll go quick with the other two. Number two, what are the remote sensing technologies that are relevant to this mission? The answer is it's a vast array. And I would say one of the nicest, maybe the nicest simple summary of those, I just read this morning in the report that Rebecca and others put together that has a 2-page chart that scratches the surface in a better way than I've seen done in open sources. But so I highly recommend this, but I would suggest that everybody realize that the technologies that have changed, that have advanced remote sensing, it's an expansion of the physical phenomena we're tracking. It's an increase in the number, diversity, stealthiness, and persistence, as Tom just talked about sensing platforms. It's unheard of resolution gains. It's much faster communication and the much faster data processing that comes with that, because you don't have to process signals on the sensors themselves. And the result is just a world in which you can see and find things which even 20 years ago was in the domain of science fiction. Does this mean that remote sensing and situational awareness is perfect? Of course not, because those, like everything else in war, are a competitive process, and both sides are fighting, the hiders and the seekers. Does it mean that there's no way to counter this? Of course not. There are lots of counters. But what it means is that the balance of power for now between hiders and seekers around the world has shifted dramatically from the time in which we learned most of our lessons about nuclear deterrence. Okay. Point number 3. So point number 1, why does remote sensing and situational awareness threaten deterrence? Point number 2, what are the technologies? Point number 3, what are some of the implications? Implications of a change in the level of survivability. So first, let me say that to some extent, arsenal survivability has dropped for all countries with nuclear weapons around the world, though not equally. And though not equally is as important as the first part of the sentence, right? If you're the United States, you're a technological superpower, you have vast resources, even in a budget-constrained time. You have decades of operational and professional experience in underseas operations, and that matters a lot. You also have no adversaries who are outmatching you across the board technologically yet. And so our arsenal is threatened far less by these changes for now than others. But everybody else is in a worse position than us. If you are a smaller country with smaller resources and a smaller nuclear force and an adversary like the United States, then protecting your nuclear force from nuclear or conventional attack in peacetime or in war is going to be a substantially consuming task. So conclusion number 1 is everybody's arsenal has gotten more vulnerable, not equally. Conclusion number 2 is I would urge you to say, I'd say this is good news, is I don't think the conclusion of this is that you're going to get a lot of countries in the world with loose trigger fingers on nuclear weapons. I don't think the new era of counterforce means that countries are going to look for opportunities and jump into opportunities to disarm each other, primarily because the country who's best at this is the United States. And the United States, for a whole variety of reasons, and principally, we're the most powerful country in the world with conventional forces, so surprise, we'd like to keep our wars conventional. The United States has no interest in fighting nuclear wars, and so we will think 10, 11, 12 times before trying to disarm somebody's arsenal. We will have to be pushed to do so. That said, even if that's true, countries who have modest nuclear arsenals and know something about our history of searching for these weapons and trying to undermine other countries' survivability are going to feel deeply threatened and take all the rational, strategic, logical things that they ought to do to try to protect their force. Some of them will be somewhat benign, others we will not like, and we can talk about them in Q&A. So point number 2 is I don't think this is going to lead to lots of cowboys looking for nuclear disarming strikes. I do think this is going to generate lots of responses by people who are afraid of such strikes, either in peace or in war. The last thing here is kind of a double point, which is to say, I think the big conceptual issue here we need to wrap our heads around is ultimately that nuclear deterrence resting on small numbers of concealed forces is a fundamentally different animal than nuclear deterrence resting on large arsenals with concealed forces and hardened forces and scattered forces to conventional forces, et cetera. And the concealed part of this, I think should trouble us in 2 ways. First, deterrence resting on concealed forces, I think, is more fragile. And second of all, deterrence resting on concealed forces is less measurable. And when I say less measurable, I mean by me working outside the US government, and I mean by people at Stratcom or at the Naval War College trying to understand exactly how survivable our forces are. If you have 400 silos of a certain hardness, and if you watch Russian missile tests or Chinese missile tests, you can allow for wide ranges of uncertainty about their accuracy or yield and still generate pretty good assessments, especially if you keep erring on the conservative side of your assumptions about the number of US ICBMs that would survive, okay? The math is easy, the math is favorable, and because the effects of weapons on hard targets squares or scales up as a function of yield to the 1/3 power, you can be off by a whole lot. And so you can do the assessments. And for Russia or China to suddenly pose a major threat to US hardened targets, it would require big changes in their force structure that we would see coming, I believe. And therefore, it's less fragile, it's easily measurable, more easily measurable. Changes in the technological balance that might make some countries' concealable forces visible are much more likely to be hidden and unnoticed, even by the country whose forces themselves have suddenly become suddenly vulnerable. We saw this happen multiple times in the Cold War, or let me say it differently, on multiple occasions in the Cold War that I know of, let alone the things I don't know. The Soviet nuclear force and their concealed forces became vastly more vulnerable. And in some cases, it took a considerable period of time before they realized this. So it's more fragile, and it's also less difficult to measure. All right, summary. What does this all mean? Does this mean the sky is falling? No, it doesn't mean the sky is falling. What does this mean? I think it provides ammunition to people on lots of different sides of the nuclear debate. For those who are committed to abolition, this should scare the heck out of you, and it should weaken arguments by people who, like me, who say, don't worry, nuclear deterrence is robust. We can afford to do this mission basically into perpetuity, and we've got it covered. It suggests that a world of nuclear weapons is going to run significant risks, and maybe we're entering a technological period where there are greater risks. So it provides some evidence for them. For people like me who really believe that the nuclear deterrence mission is essential and must continue, it suggests that you don't want to do this thing on the cheap or in a half-leap way. Namely, either don't do nuclear deterrence and find some way out of this mission, I don't think that's possible, or do it in a serious way in which everybody understands they cannot win a nuclear war. But splitting the difference and finding a compromise solution and doing it on the cheap and doing it just in time or just barely is probably the worst of all worlds. The last thing is I'll say, in some ways, the accuracy revolution enhances deterrence as well. It may enhance deterrence during crises by convincing weaker states not to coercively escalate using nuclear forces. But that's a complicated argument, which perhaps we want to take up in Q&A. But I would say the overall picture is a picture in which deterrence is going to be a challenge. Deterrence remains important. And number three is we should be careful about simply applying the intuitions from the Cold War, some of which still apply, others need to be updated. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Just given us a lot to think about, and I think a lot of this will come up in Q&A. So thank you. And then we will move, last but not least, to Rebecca.
Thanks so much. I mean, these were just great presentations, and I'm reminded by why I really wanted to have this panel, because we have three bodies of research that all sort of agree in the transformational nature of our ability to kind of ascertain situational awareness, both for deterrence, crisis management, conventional deterrence, strategic deterrence, but we all lens it differently and identify different challenges and risks. So I'm going to kind of tackle some of the ones we've seen in some of our research. So what's our starting point? For much of the nuclear age, the concepts and tools of strategic warfare, including command, control, communications, detection, warning, and situational awareness, were distinct and highly compartmentalized from those that were designed to support conventional warfighting. So there was a stratification that allowed us to see these tools in very separate spaces. Moreover, the systems that provided strategic nuclear warning operated at long range from outside adversary territories and generally in ways that were not visible or particularly concerning to an adversary because they offered little in terms of first strike advantage. Also, countries had limited incentives in any case to target strategic warning and situational awareness systems in a conventional conflict because we believed, kind of collectively, that doing so would not limit an adversary's ability to conduct conventional operations, but would send an unambiguous signal about the potential of a nuclear attack. So these separations created what came to be called a firebreak, a barrier along the escalation ladder designed to slow or prevent accidental or automatic escalation to nuclear conflict in a conventional crisis. This notion of firebreaking has been an integral to the theoretical underpinnings of deterrence and escalation theory, including concepts of strategic stability, secure second strike, and even things like the stability instability paradox used to explain the coexistence of nuclear restraint and conventional aggression. So what we're arguing is that in fact times have changed, and the distinctions between the upper echelons of conflict have become increasingly blurry, and the pathways to escalation may be far less easily understood or defined. And we'll go one step further to say these sort of situational awareness or sensing type capabilities, they're actually the leading edge in many ways of this confluence of conventional and strategic conflict. Now, what's driving some of these trends? First, the capabilities that are designed to provide situational awareness and support senior decision makers in crisis and conflict are increasingly consolidated into a single conventional nuclear ecosystem and cannot readily or easily be disaggregated. So, riding on similar platforms, similar, satellites, a lot of the communications. Dual use strategic awareness, situational awareness capabilities may be tasked to conduct both conventional and nuclear missions in an increasingly integrated fashion. Even as modernized NC3 systems seek to ensure sort of thin line capabilities that are reserved exclusively to support nuclear missions under the most extreme circumstances, the vast majority of nuclear and conventional missions will rely on shared or dual use capabilities for situational awareness, warning, and communications. This reliance on strategic warning and communication assets in conventional conflicts is set to increase. As advanced, long-range, and often dual-use missile systems or other delivery systems have proliferated in recent decades, including among a range of nuclear-armed adversaries, such reliance must now figure significantly into the planning and execution of conventional conflicts. Neither are these systems as physically firewalled as in the past. Evolving technology means that space-based systems are much more vulnerable to targeting, including spoofing, blinding, disabling, as well as destructive targeting, as well as ground-based, with ground-based ASAT capabilities, but also the radar systems. So they're more targetable, and yet we're also dependent on other more conventionally oriented capabilities that they themselves are more targetable as well. So in their conventional missions, moreover, suggest they could be fair game in a conventional conflict for targeting. On the other hand, conventional surveillance, detection, and warning may have utility for nuclear missions as well. And this is really part of the seminal work done by Keir Lieber and Daryl Press about the ability to use sensing technology to kind of create counterforce options, especially against a smaller nuclear-armed adversary, or one that may not have as sufficient redundancy in the overall capability like a Russia or China, maybe think North Korea. That becomes incredibly important because that's counterforce. If you're looking at mobile missiles, for example, to track and target, you're now using capabilities on the conventional nuclear scene to track capabilities on the conventional nuclear scene using tracking capabilities, again, on that nuclear conventional scene. Okay. Emerging digital technologies also, coupled with advanced sensor and surveillance capabilities integrated across space and cyber domains, can provide vast amounts of data more quickly, more precisely than ever before, including information about strategic threats that may prove elusive to our more traditional warning systems. The US may find it comes to rely on what we think of as conventional situational awareness systems, including systems and arrayed systems of UAS, ISR type capabilities, such as what Tom was describing, although not necessarily for a conventional deterrence mission as he was describing it, but actually to support strategic targeting. Because if what you are trying to detect and warn involves hypersonics, boost glide systems, long-range cruise missiles, and other capabilities that were designed specifically to elude traditional early warning systems, such as our radar and satellite-based systems, this will reduce confidence in our strategic warning. They were seeking to defeat missile defenses, and hence our reliance on those capabilities for strategic targeting could be increasing. Moreover, advanced sensor technologies and platforms for their deployment, coupled with high bandwidth networks, quantum computing, data fusion, AI tools, and so forth, are accelerating the precision, lethality, and survivability of conventional tools of warfare. So it's not only that you have these advanced capabilities coupled with AI, but they are going to further heighten precision, not just on the nuclear side, the way Daryl was describing, but on the conventional side as well. The speed and precision of those capabilities may provide knowledge of adversary forces, deployments, and actions sooner than was previously possible, accelerating the precision, lethality, and survivability of conventional tools. So I think I want to come back to this because I think, Tom's, your work on deterrence by detection gets really interesting in this space, right? You know, is it make it more dangerous? Does it, you know, or not? Is an interesting question. But it certainly is another variation in which we have the potential to be highly dependent on these sets of capabilities for a wide variety of pretty strategic missions. So what does this all say about escalation and stability when crisis occurs under a nuclear shadow? Whether such advanced surveillance, detection, and warning capabilities enable strategic missions or enhance strategic effects of conventional missions, these dual use capabilities contribute to the blurring of the line between conventional and nuclear spheres and challenge traditional notions of stability in cases where vertical and horizontal escalation collide. Potentially, I would argue this can open unexpected gaps in escalatory restraint and relates to some work I did separately talking about my term, wormhole escalation, but otherwise representing ways you could find yourself in a very non-laddered type escalatory scenario. Now, for most of the nuclear age, the ability to characterize the operating environment, detect nuclear and conventional strategic attack, discern real attacks from false alarms, those have all been seen as stabilizing. That's good. We should be able to have more of that. The more of that, kind of as we think of the transparency, accuracy reduces the risk of miscalculation. That should be on the positive side of the ledger in terms of crisis stability. By improving the accuracy, timeliness of warning, improving overall visibility, clarity into adversary actions, increased decision time, enhanced situational awareness, all of this would seem to reduce the risk of nuclear miscalculation, as well as the use it or lose it pressures that could incentivize a nuclear first strike. But on the other hand, in conventional conflicts, information dominance, much like air superiority, has been a long-standing fundamental component of precision warfare and a central feature of American conventional military superiority in the post-Cold War period. In the conventional arena, information dominance has been essential to assuring US military effectiveness, sustaining credibility and assurance of military alliances, and stabilizing or reducing the risks of miscalculation or collateral damage. For the most part, the United States has enjoyed the benefits of information dominance and the asymmetric advantage it offered to us conventionally with little price to be paid. So in other words, on both sides, right, we were able to have our cake and eat it too, in terms of our ability to benefit from information dominance and to do so in a reasonably stable way. The question is, can we continue to do so? Given the stakes involved, it's difficult to imagine that in a conflict between nuclear powers, adversaries could accurately discern US intentions and allow such information dominance to proceed unchecked. And it is in that context, Tom, I hope we'll come back to how would we think about deterrence through detection in what you describe. Will they perceive the intentions correctly, even if we communicate them once you find yourself in a crisis? The days of clear delineation between nuclear and non-nuclear situational awareness capabilities, which help to maintain that sharp firebreak between conventional and strategic conflict, seem limited at best. Future decision makers may have to weigh the benefit of rapid, decisive military victory, even on the conventional side, that is afforded by that information dominance against increasingly high stakes risks of nuclear escalation. And this suggests we may need some new tools, concepts, strategies, and policies to help guide us through this increasingly complex terrain. Let me highlight 3 pathways that we discussed in our on the radar work and the report we did called Under the Nuclear Shadow. Basically 3 escalatory pathways that might result from this dynamic. The first is the provocation pathway that generally emerges from the inability to discern a defensive behavior from actions that are more offensive in nature, including actions that could produce a certain level of first strike intention or optionality, or on the flip side, make second strike security less assured. They often involve heightened risk-taking by either the observing or the observed state. For the observing state, such precise and time-sensitive situational awareness may create powerful first strike incentives, in part to prevent or preempt highly threatening actions by the observed state. So if you can detect a state might be thinking about launching a missile, you might be highly incentivized if you can detect it right to attack that missile. Where does that land you from an escalation perspective? For the observed state, such surveillance efforts may seem far more offensive than defensive in nature and therefore incentivize or justify a kinetic response, especially if the surveillance is intrusive. Boundaries for these types of interactions and responses are very unclear. For the observed state, what's the nature of surveillance targets? Is the surveillance intrusive? Does the type of attack matter? Does it matter if it's non-kinetic? You know, what about tampering, disabling, spoofing? Earlier panel talked about the increasing use of these types of activities in space. What happens when they occur in these situations? What's the role for transparency and risk reduction in this environment? The second pathway is entanglement, and the risk derives from the inability to discern, in this case, less from the offense-defense balance, but from being able to tell whether it is nuclear or conventional capabilities or intentions. In other words, either what's being used or what is being discerned in the practice of observing. And then being able to disaggregate escalatory risks. Now, a lot has been done in kind of escalation through entanglement on the commingling of conventional and nuclear forces and also the commingling of NC3 systems. We can talk about that. But we think that far less work's been done on the informational aspects of conventional nuclear entanglement and the implications for unexpected escalatory effects. And we think that's especially true with ISR, situational awareness, and so forth, and warning. So we should expect states to have strong incentives to target command and control warning and surveillance systems early in a conventional crisis to ensure conventional dominance and to degrade this tremendous advantage of the United States, for example. But we also need to wrestle with not just the dual use nature of the systems, but the fact that it's an entirely commingled information ecosystem, and we will likely not be able to disaggregate it in the future. So the lack of distinction between conventional and strategic domains is likely to only intensify as new surveillance and warning systems come online. The third pathway we talked about in our study was information complexity. And this pathway involved escalation results basically from decision makers' inability to seek, manage, and interpret information effectively. So you get out, you sense all this, but then somebody's got to do something with it, right? Decisions have to be made. And how do you facilitate that process? Well, what we found is everything from processing limits to belief systems, such as whether or not you are associated with technology believers or technology skeptics, which form actually pretty big belief systems in this space. And the presence of cognitive biases like anchoring, herding, confirmation bias can all impede crisis decision-making pretty significantly. Moreover, we believe those risks are all the more present when you are functioning under a nuclear shadow and operating with collection technologies such as AI, machine learning, but also the myriad of technologies that Daryl was talking about in that new ecosystem that kind of ups the ante and the presence of those challenges. We ran a series of tabletops with policy and technical groups considering the use of information collection options in a crisis under a nuclear shadow. And some of the policy outcomes really seemed at odds. The policy outcomes often seemed at odds with the expectations of the technical advisors that were in the groups. So a few parallels that I think are interesting to some of what we've discussed already. There was a strong kind of indication, a surprising favorability for transparent type actions as opposed to stealth and secrecy. And that is in many cases because they were worried about reveals, creating escalatory situations they couldn't control. They were very cognizant of signaling and using collection platforms for signaling purposes, even if they'd never ever been used in that way. Again, Tom, when I read your study, it made me think of this particular outcome in our study because I think really you just kind of take it to the next level. They really focused on the need for explainability. They wanted to understand trade-offs. If you think it sounded like they started micromanaging, you would be exactly right. And most notably, brought tremendous caution to every decision, even early in a crisis and related to these capabilities, because of a very significant presence of what I came to call escalation anxiety, in some ways even escalation aversion. So everything would be lensed that way. So the trick is that while such caution may avoid unnecessary provocation, it can also force decision makers to fly blind in a crisis, not use the full resources that are available to them for situational awareness, and produce their own escalatory consequences as a result. And we came to conclude that psychology, particularly in the form of pre-held beliefs and cognitive biases, is thoroughly underappreciated when examining the relationship between crisis decision-making and emerging tech. So a few very quick takeaways. Number one, in this environment, despite the instinct to do so, we don't really see a path to disentangling or the reimposition of fire breaks in this space. The commingling is going to just continue and grow, and the mutual dependencies will grow. So it'll be resiliency, redundancy, and transparency that'll probably be relied on for enhancing stability. We're going to need to develop some better shared understandings of triggers and thresholds for escalation in information environments and situational awareness along that conventional strategic seam, and that needs to be a focus area for exercises, planning, and capability development. We need to think carefully about how we build and manage warning systems in the future. The NORAD modernization and replacement of the North warning system is a really good example of someplace. There's a lot of talk about going to all domain approaches. There's General O'Shaughnessy in the spring talked about the need to integrate predictive systems for strategic warning. In the context of the work we've done, those are a little bit red flaggy if we don't understand what their implications are from an escalatory perspective, even though it may be important and the way to go. We're going to have to think about how to make that work right. We are right to be concerned about the risks of inadvertent escalation, but we also need to expect decision makers, we need to expect they're going to bring that escalation anxiety to any crisis, and they're going to look at those crises in terms of transparency, signaling, explainability, and the risks that are associated with that. We need to kind of practice that ahead of time and have those conversations. Fifth, arms control, both as a component and a contributor to strategic stability, will need to be much more broadly conceived and look across these stovepipes, because the primary risk areas that you're trying to stabilize often may exist outside of the nuclear stovepipe. It's one of the big reasons we're even doing this conference. As AI becomes more present, that will only become more important. And finally, and not least important, we really have to find ways to increase and improve interactions between technical and policy-oriented communities. There's inadequate lines of communication that leads to misalignment between ways and means from a strategic perspective and prevents a shared understanding of risk and benefit that can only come back to bite us in a crisis. So, thanks.
Thanks, Rebecca. So I'm going to lead it off with three questions. They're kind of one for each of you, but you can kind of all sort of pick at it and sort of glob on, and then we'll go out to the group. And everybody, again, feel free to put your questions in the Q&A function. So the first one is kind of for Tom. Tom, I'd be curious to hear, would you draw any boundaries around your concept of deterrence by detection? And is there anything in there? I mean, you're obviously an advocate. You see is very beneficial having these types of sensors and this sort of extensive surveillance network in place. Is there anything within that you think is too risky or sort of should be off limits, so to speak, in any particular context? And I kind of asked that. What made me think about that is. Your comment about sort of putting the burden of escalation on the adversary in terms of shooting one of these drones down, for example, and you even mentioned the notion that some of these may actually be equipped with sort of active defensive measures, and so kind of the question came up is how would the adversary know what it's shooting down and what that thing is capable of? Is it just looking at things, or is it potentially there to fire on something as well? So is there are there any boundaries to that framework that you talked about? Daryl, and this is also kind of for everybody as well, how should we talk about these new sensor capabilities and their relationship with potentially improving counter-first targeting, right? And that sort of, and the information and insights that can be gained with some of these sensors. Because I think, Tom, I hear you saying like, we should scream this from the rooftops, right? I mean, we should be very transparent. We should, it should be kind of, the adversary should be able to see what we're doing. And Daryl, I kind of hear you saying, well, it may not even matter what we say because they're really going to be more worried about what these things can do rather than any sort of assurance that we give or any sort of statements that we make. But I'm curious to hear from you whether or not there's I guess room for influencing adversary perceptions. I'm primarily thinking about adversaries in this context. Their perceptions about these capabilities and the potential risks for those adversaries that they incur. And then Rebecca, you talked a lot about sort of the biases and sort of the informational aspects of this and sort of the psychology aspects of this. And, so much of whether these technologies are viewed as escalatory or non-escalatory hinge on how countries and people perceive their usage, right? And so I'm curious to hear from you, how do we understand how countries think about these technologies, right? Because you can't, based on your analysis, you can't draw some sort of blanket conclusion about all of these things, right? It's going to be very context specific. So how can we determine that? Where should we turn for lessons? How do we, because all of this is kind of like, just, beginning to emerge, how do we anticipate something for which we have very little current information or which, we don't really know how we would react to some of these scenarios? So, how do, countries, we're anticipating something that a country already hasn't decided or doesn't have the experience to decide or know. So how can we think about that in this sort of environment where we lack a lot of current information? So I guess we can go first to Tom to grab onto those and move down the line.
Yeah. So look, to be clear, that like the problem, that I'm trying to solve or deal with here, is the problem of kind of creeping aggression or potentially a fait accompli attack, conventional, right? And so when I'm talking about establishing an ISR network, I'm talking about something that would be operating in international airspace, and that would be operating, persistently and consistently. I mean, what I would say is, look at what CSIS has done, with its transparency initiative, looking at what China's been doing in the South China Sea using commercial overhead imagery, and now imagine that in real time, and widely available. So, and I think you can certainly do that, in ways that are stabilizing. The point is, if however, say China is committed to an act of aggression against Taiwan, or Russia is committed to aggression against, say, the Baltic states in NATO, then those acts of aggression, just given all the trends in surveillance technology, are going to be less and less. They're going to be more and more difficult to conceal, and part of that concealment would actually probably require active attacks on surveillance platforms, right? And so the point is that those active attacks, again, they wind up being evidence, evidence of some form of aggression. So I think, again, it's not meant to be all things to all people. We could, hopefully we'll continue or extend the conversation to the nuclear dimension and other things. But the idea here is what we do now very episodically and expensively, we can do much more continuously with hopefully some knock-on positive deterrence effects.
Thank you. Daryl, over to you.
Yeah, it's a great question, Eric. The question about how should we talk about our sensor capabilities, and is there, presumably what's underlying it, is there a way to talk about it so as to not send threatening signals we wish not to send? I think what's underlying your question. I have to say on this, I'm a pessimist. I felt like I was a pessimist this whole panel. It's not really who I am, but on this, I'm a pessimist. And the reason is, I think the starting assumption is that there's a deep kind of overlap of interest on this issue. And it seems like that because certainly the United States does not want a nuclear war. I think that's true with anybody. And certainly nobody wants to get in a nuclear war with the United States. And so in that foundational sense, there's a deep overlap of interest. But I think what we have to recognize is unless we change this, and changing it would be costly in a whole variety of ways, the core of US kind of nuclear planning and doctrine is about counterforce. That doesn't mean it's about first strike doctrines, but the core for decades now, the core principle of US nuclear retaliation after somebody has used nuclear weapons against the United States or its allies, the principal target of US nuclear retaliatory strikes for decades now has been aimed on counterforce targets, meaning the targets that would whose destruction would prevent an adversary from doing more damage to the US. It's not aimed at cities, so to speak, as you learned from the 1950s. Now that doesn't mean people wouldn't die on the ground, but so number one is the core of the retaliatory mission is focused on counterforce. And number two, an increasingly important mission about counter coercion is also focused on adversary military and command and control targets. And so I'm just not sure if there is a big overlap of interest here where we can limit ourselves substantially and reveal a lot about what we can and cannot do without undermining the foundation of US nuclear planning. We could go and change that and say, we're going to go to a much more minimal nuclear targeting doctrine where we're going to put small numbers of populous cities in the target, but that's got all kinds of negative problems that we could talk about and all kinds of costs. The one thing I would want to add, well, actually, let me leave it there and just say, I think the report that CSIS produced, other work that Tom and Rebecca and others have done on this is opening up a debate which we didn't have for 20 years. We didn't have long after it was needed. And what we're already putting our finger on is that the dimensions of this problem are almost difficult to fathom. There's a technical dimension. There's a conventional military operations dimension. How do you beat someone in conventional war without inducing him to reach for his most potent counter? There's a psychological dimension, both on managing our decision-making that Rebecca talked about and trying to manage an adversary decision-making. There are so many different components of this that I just think that it's not that we're at 1950 trying to figure out this world that we're in, but it's not that far away. And so I think, again, bad news for the world, good news for political science and security studies, because there's lots of pressing questions to solve. But I think the biggest thing that we have to overcome right now is the view that this is a waning mission and that we have it figured out. It is not a waning mission and we don't have this figured out. And the questions are technical, military, organizational, and psychological. And we could enumerate these.
Thank you. I think those are great points. Rebecca?
Yeah, I'll just try to answer quickly, kind of the heart of your question, I think, which is, how do we get to the so what, right? How do we actually, take actions that take risks we're recognizing and try to make the world less risky? And I think a lot of that has to do with who you invite to the conversation and what you put on the agenda. And I think some of it speaks to the broad reason why we're even having this conference or doing our Nuclear Nexus series, right? Is that we really cannot afford to continue to have this conversation exclusively in sort of a nuclear policy echo chamber, because you're just missing too many, even if the nuclear policy people get it together, which they don't, they just can't, right? It sort of implies that some other part of this vast enterprise is going to bumble us into a crisis because they don't think through the escalatory dynamics. Not that we sort of have, kind of own all understanding of that by any means. So the question is, what do things like strategic security or strategic stability dialogues look like? What do you talk about with the Russians? We can haggle over the same old topics, but maybe some of these topics need to come on. Maybe we need to talk about different technologies. Maybe we need to decide how transparent we want to be about our sensing capabilities, given that we actually may have identified that policymakers might want to use them more transparently. So, okay, how do we explain that and have those conversations with our allies, you know, amongst our own national security establishment, even with our competitors, so that we can kind of manage some of those unintended risks. I think those are all tools we have. Those are kind of some basic principles of risk reduction. What we need less of is just sort of ideologically polarized and politicized nuclear debates between, you know, kind of the old orthodoxies of deterrence and disarmament, and more a recognition that actually we're just sitting in a whole new world. And that might be the world we want to worry about right now. And I think in that way, I'm probably kind of fitting in with Daryl. I mean, it's kind of like, we got to move on, people. the world's changed and we need to just catch up.
So I'm going to go out to a couple of questions we have from the audience now. A couple of them focus on ASW and sort of the feasibility behind a counterforce strike. So one of the questions is, and this is for Daryl, but I think others can sort of feed into these as they have thoughts. In the context of a strategic counterforce strike profile, do you think in the near term that ASW versus SSBNs can be adequately coordinated in terms of time constraints with disarming other sort of on the ground targets, you know, e.g. TELS silos? And then also another one that's somewhat in this, you know, sort of in the same vein, is someone's asking, what are the key drivers of technological changes in undersea and ASW warfare that analysts who focus on those types of issues should be looking into that might shift the balance in strategic stability and arms race stability in US-Russia and US-China dyads? So we'll start with those two, and then we'll come back for a couple of others.
I'll take the first crack at the first one, but I'd also love to hear what Tom and Rebecca have to say on this. I mean, I think there's many dimensions. When we talk about forces becoming more vulnerable than they were in the past, there's many dimensions that distinguish one country from another. And I talked about kind of the resources they have, the experience they have in these operations, the adversaries they face. One of them is it's a very smart point that your listener raised, which is just having a diversity of delivery systems complicates the timing and the coordination of a disarming attack. So a country like Russia that has both ballistic missile submarines at sea typically and also mobile missiles is simply harder to coordinate disarming attacks than somebody who relies on one type of delivery system. It's definitely true. So that's true. Let me though caution, and the caution is this: the amount of security that you get by having multiple types of systems, which each pose different challenges and timing challenges, like the listener asked, that problem grows or shrinks depending on the escalatory path that you're imagining. If you're imagining a peacetime disarming bolt out of the blue attack by the United States on Russia, which I find exceedingly unlikely, but I might feel different if I were living in Moscow, then yes, I think the listener's question is exactly right. The kind of increase in the operation tempo you'd make of US submarines and the kinds of things and the time it would take to conduct such an attack might make a disarming attack on their land-based forces impossible to coordinate. If, on the other hand, the real challenge of nuclear deterrence in the 21st century is not that the United States or Russia or China or North Korea even will decide that this is a terrific day for a nuclear war, but rather that some crisis or conventional conflict will ratchet up to the point at which one side or the other is threatening escalation to force a stop, then you could easily imagine where an initial escalatory step could be, I mean, it's a high escalatory step, but an initial escalatory step could be operations to sink their SSBN force, leaving the rest of their forces vulnerable. So yes, I think that there are many ways that countries can build different, and by different, I mean multiple types of delivery system to complicate the timing of counterforce options or operations. I think that helps from their standpoint. It doesn't solve the problem. It depends on the nature of the scenario in which escalation is occurring or being contemplated.
Yeah, I maybe not surprisingly, I basically agree with Daryl. I mean, I would say that, you know, on the technology on ASW. I mean, I think, look, there are a lot of trends that are, and many of them non-military trends, frankly, you know, oceanographic scientific trends that are telling us a lot more about the ocean environment and making it relatively easier to find things in the ocean. That's true. So relative to, you know, 1980, the ocean is figuratively more transparent. Still oceans are huge, huge volumes that need to be searched. And so, you know, the idea of coordinating, you know, with UUVs, you know, this immaculate first strike that takes out everything, I think is, you know, is kind of is infeasible. Now we could make it more feasible, you know, by reducing the number of SSBNs we deploy, reducing the number of boats at sea, and to Daryl's previous point about, you know, nuclear states with smaller, more fragile nuclear postures, they are more vulnerable, and we could make ourselves more like that. You know, we could, again, if we were to do away with the land-based leg of the triad, yeah, we would give adversaries the opportunity to concentrate on the remaining legs, which would be a relatively small number of targets. But just as a technical problem, it's a, you know, I'd say it's it remains a very challenging one. And I would say the sea-based leg remains, you know, the most survivable of the legs, even if that, in an absolute sense, you know, think the dials have shifted a little bit.
I'll just add very quickly, you know, I too tend to be very cautious to ever sort of do the Chicken Little thing about the sea-based leg, right? I mean, I do not think they are going to be, our subs are going to be exposed for targeting in the near term. I think what's really hard about these questions, though, is that you're actually having, you know, in the current context, the budgetary decisions we make now are dependent upon our confidence, not that we will be able to remain completely hidden at sea for a year or 2 years or 5 years. It's for 30 or 40 years. And that, when you start looking at the trends in transparency and the trends in ISR and the trends in remote sensing, and you try to imagine that on a 30-year timeline or a 40-year timeline, it becomes a little bit hard to imagine that that is not substantially more vulnerable than it is today. So it's the combination, I guess what I'm saying, of the march of technology with the tremendously long time frame on which you have to rely on holding technology at bay.
Let me just jump in for a second. I think what Tom and Rebecca both said is right on the mark. Often listeners mistake what I believe I heard Tom and Rebecca say. Namely, they hear Tom and Rebecca say things which I fully agree with about the very likely survivability of the US sea leg. And again, with Rebecca's caveats about, man, you're talking about technology in 35 years. What does technology look like in 35 years? But that caveat aside, they both expressed a lot of confidence that I share about the survivability of the US sea-based leg. But sometimes listeners translate that into talking about the survivability of submarines per se. And not only is that a different point, it is an enormously different point. And let me just say, the challenges for the US Navy of putting it's still hard. They work very hard at it. They have a lot of experience, but putting subs at sea in a way that they couldn't be trailed, and operating them in very large deployment areas in the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean is virtually nothing like the challenge of, let's say, a Chinese ballistic missile submarine who has to pass through island chains where I will bet my car, if not my house, island chains whose seafloor is covered with a variety of different sensing devices. So submarines, are US submarines vulnerable? I sleep well at night. Are submarines per se vulnerable? I think the answer is yes. The answer is yes and no. Sometimes yes, very, and sometimes no.
So I think we have 1 more minute. And so I'll ask one final question that, and I apologize, I couldn't get to all the questions. But this one is sort of like, I think, kind of challenging a bit. I think sort of some of the ideas in the framework that have been talked about and put out here. And the question is, should we be confident that advances in technology will translate into splendid situational awareness? And sort of noting that predictions to this effect are, always constantly 10 to 20 years away. And so, the question is, aren't the fog and friction of war always going to be with us? And how would you, I guess, argue against a skeptic who, who believes that maybe this time around it's not going to be any different regarding these technologies? I guess the other way to put this, how are these technologies truly transformative when it comes to situational awareness and operating in the nuclear shadow?
Well, I'll very, very quickly. I don't know that they are transformative, but we shouldn't deny the change, right? So, just to go back to the 1990s, Owens first talked about dominant battle space awareness, then he talked about dominant battle space knowledge. So to me, are we going towards dominant battle space awareness? Yes. Knowledge is something deeper, right? And it gets to context, and it even gets into politics. And so politics will not be overthrown. Will we know a lot more? Will we be able to sense a lot more and see a lot more and make more sense of it? Yes. But does that overturn politics? No, I don't think so. That's why, again, even if we were to see an adversary getting ready to launch a missile, I'm in the camp of the chance of a U.S. president taking action on that in the very tight time frame necessary. I think that the chances are very low.
Well, it's a great question by Ed. Guys, I think, lest in any way we made it sound, or I made it sound, that the fact that there's going to be all of this information out there, that somehow that's going to make future crisis management easier, then I need to rewrite my speech, because that is not my message. My message is that it can be highly complexifying, and in some ways make the decision-making process harder. It's just because there's so much information and because it becomes difficult to disaggregate. But it does mean we'll be reacting to a lot, and perhaps be forced to make difficult decisions that might not have been even available to us in the past. So, for example, if you move eventually to a situational awareness system that is not only reacting to things which have occurred, such as a missile has taken off and now it's coming and we can confirm it's real, right? If instead of that, your situational awareness is designed to be predictive, you've got a lot more information. It may be splendid. It just may be splendidly dangerous. And we don't really know what to sort of make of that. And finally, when it comes to the fog of war, it will always be with us. If nothing else, I think decision makers will pull out a fog machine and make their own. So it's just, that is going to occur no matter what. The question is, how do we manage that a little better? And how do we socialize decision makers to the new problems rather than letting them sort of sit comfortably in the old?
I agree. Great question by Ed. My quick answer would be, these capabilities, of course, there will always be fog. They will never be splendid, if by splendid you mean perfect and utterly reliable. So then the question is, well, why does this matter then? I think it matters for two reasons. Number one is, if you are the observed in this encounter, believing that there's a 25% chance that your arsenal might survive to retaliate, that is probably not going to be reassuring and will probably lead you to take a variety of steps in peacetime and war to get out of that box. So that's number one. Number two, my intuition is like yours, Ed's, and I think I'm guessing like Tom's and Rebecca's, that even small probabilities of failure would have a highly deterring effect on US policymakers, even if a strike was merely conventional on someone's nuclear weapon systems. However, we often apply that truth in a framework that's implicitly a peacetime framework. How US decision makers look at the consequences of danger and the attractiveness of dangerous escalatory actions, if you think the adversary has already escalated, looks entirely different. And so I think number one should worry you, even though you're right, Ed, and that splendid, meaning perfect, won't happen. And I also think you should worry about number two. So I'll leave it with that.
And unfortunately, I think we'll have to leave it there for the day. And so, this concludes our third and final panel, the first day of the conference. I do want to say thank you to Rebecca, Tom, and Daryl, and the rest of the panelists for today. Everyone's brought, I think, a level of depth and expertise that has really helped us just begin to start to unpack some of these really important issues that sit at the nuclear nexus. So please join me in giving that awkward virtual hand clap to everybody out there. And so we will be back tomorrow, kicking things off at 12:30. We're going to have panels on missile defense, hypersonic missiles and other new systems, as well as a panel on AI, automation, and other emerging technologies and nuclear risks. And then we'll also conclude tomorrow with a keynote by Dr. Heather Wilson, president of the University of Texas at El Paso and former Secretary of the Air Force. So unless Rebecca or Max or others have any other sort of concluding or housekeeping comments, we will look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow and hope everyone has a good evening or whatever time of the day it is from wherever you're joining us.
Yeah, thanks to everyone, panelists and audience alike. Great to see you.
Thank you.